Welcome in, everybody. It is Tesla earnings day, Wednesday, the 29th, 2:30 p.m. Central. In about half an hour, we're going to get the drop of earnings. And then about an hour and a half later, we'll have the call. So if you're joining us live, thank you so much. If you're joining us on recording, thank you so much. Now, this one's a very special earnings call because the last time I wasn't here because took out my wonderful, beautiful wife out to our anniversary dinner. And so Mr. Hans and others hosted the stream without me, and they did a phenomenal job. But something really special happened on that stream. The stock went up by a lot, okay? Which now we have confirmation that if we have a live stream without me, good things happen. But if we have a live stream with me, bad things happen. Because I can't remember the last time the stock went up after earnings. So I'm really sorry, everybody, in advance. It's going to be a terrible call. The stock's going to go down, and not financial investment advice, but that's a very scientific way of figuring out what's going to happen. So we're going to have people joining us in a little bit here. We've got Emmett, we got Matt, we've got Yashu, we got others as well. Nico is going to come by as well, but maybe some surprise guests too. We'll see. And then so what do you think is going to happen, Hans? What do you think is going to happen here? Because the Wall Street reacted negatively to the delivery report, but then we also have this like massive shift towards AI. Like the market's still starting to trying to figure out what AI is. So I'm curious to see if any of that will be at play here with this specific call. But how are you viewing this?
Well, I think we're obviously going to get confirmation that you're absolutely terrible for Tesla stock price after earnings, and so the entire community is about to fire you from your.
That's the only thing we know
channel.
For sure.
Yes, this is my prediction. So it's tough to say on like some of the bigger macro things. I don't know how the market is going to factor Tesla into their DeepSeek reaction. You know, everyone is kind of like, I think the biggest, two things. DeepSeek apparently, being owned by a hedge fund probably is manipulating AI stocks and earning a lot of money. So I think there's that piece going on, and they're doing very well. And they're so smart that they didn't even include Apple in their tech AI shorts. And so Apple was fine because DeepSeek, it doesn't matter how bad your AI is, or if you're not using AI, then it doesn't matter when breaking things happen in AI because you're not exposed to that. So it's hard to understand how is that going to impact the view of Tesla in the short term. What I can say with confidence is that building ridiculous products in AI that can provide a lot more value to customers at lower prices just got a lot easier.
Yeah.
And so over the medium to long term, what we're going to see is that those leading indicators that I look at and care about of users who are using like services being built on top of AI infrastructure that provide massive value to end users, that trend is really starting to pick up steam.
Yeah.
Especially because this is open source, that it really just allows so many people, whether or not they're going to use DeepSeek's model specifically, you can guarantee that the Llama model is trying to figure out how to now run their inference at this 5% utilization that the innovations in the DeepSeek R1 architecture allow for, so that they can run 20 times more queries on the same infrastructure that they have today for Meta. And the same is going to be true across many, 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 many different types of AI services. And one of the cool things about this is that reasoning, like one of the ways that we can scale making these services more valuable, is that we can make them reason. Well, if you want to do the reasoning, that's using up more inference. And so maybe it takes you 100 times as long to get your answer back from your inference chips now if you're going to let the AI brain think about its answer for a long time so that it can improve the quality of the question. But man, that gets really, really expensive when you suck at doing inference efficiently. And now inference just got way cheaper and easier. And so you can afford to let the model do that reasoning way easier than you could before. And so, I think that there's some complexity around the whole Jevons or however the heck you say that paradox, that a lot of the, tech people have been quoting, about whether they, like, if we're making it cheaper, does that make the demand go up over the long term? Yes. Does that have some maybe short term implications that are negative for Nvidia's sales? I don't know, maybe, but long term, it's clear that this makes it a lot cheaper to provide valuable services to people using artificial intelligence. And that is going to be an incredible boon for the economy, an incredible boon for anyone who's really trying to build real products with this. And AI is in that category. Tesla is in that category with the FSD projects and the Optimus projects. And so we don't know if Tesla's AI engineers learned anything from R1 specifically that they didn't already know, or if XAI learned anything that they didn't already know. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. It's kind of hard to say. But either way, we know that the overall field of AI now has some very clear paths to improvement that are huge for the long term of this trend in transformation.
Yeah, and thank you for joining us, Emmett. We were trying to figure out what to expect on this sort of earnings call or these earnings reports, the whole DeepSeek thing. One of the things that's interesting about that is that it seems to be furthering the AI discussion really rapidly, which could start waking up the broader investor base that, hey, Tesla's kind of like the biggest AI company in the world. They're really the only ones that have the ability to massively scale up real world products that are activated because of AI, right? With the self-driving and the human or robot. But the question becomes, is that part of this earnings call, or is it something completely different? Is it just auto and energy? Energy's up like 40% quarter over quarter. Is it the profitability? Is it FSD adoption rate? So how are you thinking about this call within the context of everything else that's going on?
Yeah, can you hear me okay, first of all?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little muted, but we'll boost you here in the back end.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm excited. I think some of the analysts will ask him about the DeepSeek revelations and how that might impact Tesla and their real world AI, given that Tesla is, one of the biggest buyers of the NVIDIA chips and so forth. So I think Elon's going to certainly provide some, hopefully, new commentary, and hopefully in a favorable way, where they're adjusting with these. I guess it's a new innovation, just like the inference compute. The way I think of it is the inference compute was sort of a new innovation for reasoning and taking it a step forward. And now whatever this DeepSeek R1 model has done with, I guess, OpenAI's architecture, or whatever you want to call it, is what I think is being speculated to make it more efficient, is like another step forward. Is that sort of how you guys see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a way for you to boost the volume on your end, Emmett? I keep trying
Let
to
me
boost
see.
you in the back end, but yeah.
Okay. Let me see
Just a
here.
little soft, but
I can
yeah.
probably do it here. Let's see here.
Yeah, I would say the inference is definitely a part of what the R1 model did that's important, and that I think that's definitely one of the most important. So there's two things I think are really important. I think that the training part of it is important, but not as important as because they did figure out some ways to make the training easier. The inference, they figured out how to make that a lot more efficient, which is big, because most in order for AI to become a service that really brings a lot of value to people, the value has to be created at inference when people actually use the system. And so, making inference more efficient has a way bigger impact on the overall adoption of the technology and its economics and all that. But there's another piece that was pretty big, and that is that they figured out how to make the process for training it more, and this is different than the other training piece that I talked about earlier, but they did training a lot more like an end-to-end training run. They trained it more like the original like AlphaZero model back when DeepMind first figured out how to get to be superhuman at Go. AlphaGo was the version that first beat the best humans, and then AlphaZero was the follow-on model to that, which made AlphaGo look silly and stupid. And R1 kind of figured out some training methodologies that make the training architecture look more like an AlphaZero architecture. They didn't really make it all the way there yet. And there's some, complexity to that going on. But the fact that they were able to do that could signal big things, because usually when you figure out how to train like AlphaZero trained, that's when superhuman performance gets to be almost inevitable. And we're definitely getting a lot closer to that place.
To be almost inevitable.
Oh, we got echo here. I think the sound might be there we go. Fixed it. I think the big question becomes, is Tesla going to be able to replicate the same type of performance increase that we saw out of DeepSeek with vision? Because we saw it with LLMs. We saw it with LLMs, obviously. It worked. Like DeepSeek, regardless of what they did from a training perspective, the model, even though it's not perfect, that runs on the inference side, like on the local machine, is significantly more efficient, which will generate a lot of downstream, like you're going to get a lot of value from this on the, like in a few years time, because you're proven that you still have a lot of room to grow to make the chips sing, right? And so the question becomes, can Tesla do the same exact thing in vision? And I mean, this is all uncharted territory. It's all sort of very novel. The only ones that know the answer for sure are the ones that actually go in and test it. But to me, intuitively, they're all kind of foundation, like the foundation of LLMs and vision, end-to-end neural nets is like kind of the same thing. It's all powered by the same sort of thought process, which in theory you should have some methods that work with the LLMs that work with vision. And I think when we spoke to James Dama on DMs, Hans and I, it seemed like he was sort of pointing to that direction too. It's like it's not really, we're not really sure how much of a boost we're gonna get, but you're going to get a boost for sure, because and he's been saying this for a long time, that hardware 3 has a lot of room to grow, has a lot of room to go rather, and the DeepSeek breakthrough could be one of those methods that they use, you know?
Yeah, the big thing there is that we just don't know, like we know that it takes a lot of energy and it's not very efficient from a compute standpoint to do this training today. It's the best way that we know how, and we're doing it the best that we know how. But we know that like the human brain can learn things and use a lot less energy and a lot less time than some of these LLMs. And so we know there's like physics says that this process could be way more efficient and way better in a whole bunch of ways, because we have an existence proof that shows us that that's possible, and we haven't figured out how to do that yet. And so the bet is that like these things are going to get more efficient, and that tends to be the case. Like if you just go forward, we keep figuring out how to make the algorithms better that do this. The other things, the point where we do have some overall questions is like how much of these learnings apply to Tesla right now in their vision approach. We know that they have used transformers in the architecture of their FSD vision stack. We think that they're still heavily, which, you know, these transformers, it's the same basic building block that the LLMs use to be great at AI. And it's been, you know, a surprising and very pleasing development that these transformers just happen to work well, not only for language, but they also work well for video. They work well for audio. It's like almost anything that we throw them at, they seem to work well with. So we think that Tesla is probably using mostly transformers throughout their software. And if that's true, a lot of the developments that DeepSeek has would be applicable to the exact way that Tesla is building FSD. But so there's one question is Tesla really using transformers? There's a small chance that maybe they have gone on to something else. If they've gone on to something else, then maybe these technical, building blocks that R1 has figured out don't transfer over directly. Maybe they're just inspiration. And then the other thing is, who says that Tesla didn't figure out these exact types of tricks already a while ago? Because they're not open source. We can't see exactly how it's built. And we do know that they have been facing like the constraints that DeepSeek had on them about, well, you need to do inference now more effectively because you don't have as many GPUs as, the Meta cluster or the Microsoft Azure cluster. Well, Tesla has been under those constraints for a long time. So if it's those constraints that caused DeepSeek to figure out this method, well, Tesla's been under those constraints times 10. And so maybe they figured these out a while ago. We don't really know. But all of that to be said, the overarching truth that we're still shit at AI algorithms compared to what we're going to be 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Like that's an almost undebated truth within people who understand artificial intelligence. And because our algorithms have so much room to improve, then we know that hardware today has the ability to run lighter weight algorithms from the future that will be able to do things that seem like superhuman and impossible right now.
Yeah. Emmett, any thoughts there?
No, I'm curious to see where this leads or what the latest is going to be on this. I mean, it's like still we don't really quite understand. I feel like how R1 innovated the way it did to be so much more efficient. Like, did they steal data from OpenAI, or did they somehow, it seems like that's still kind of, there's like new developments every day, new reports from like today. I saw something that Microsoft is out helping OpenAI investigate any potential breaches of the, proprietary models or training sets that may or may not have been taken to help our DeepSeek develop this R1. Have you guys seen any latest stuff like that, or am I kind of overreacting on things?
You're muted.
Yeah, so far from the sources that I can tell, and this is an evolving situation, but it seems almost 100% certain that DeepSeek they incorporated queries to ChatGPT 01 as part of their whole training process. And like, that is almost certain. The question is how much, is it a big part or is it a small part? Because they basically, the API for ChatGPT is open and anyone can do API calls. And so if you can ask your LLM a question, have it give you an answer, and then you ask the same question to O1 and then have it give you an answer, and you compare the two and you say, I want you to get more like the O1 model. And so you do some sort of ranking between you and it. Then you can essentially suck the knowledge out of the O1 model. And the question is, can you do that efficiently or not? Because I would think it would be hard, but I don't know, maybe not. Like, this is, now I'm really getting into speculation land. I would think it'd be hard for DeepSeek to do enough queries of O1 to make that like a important part of their training process. As far as like the overall number of, like, the amount of compute that's being spent, but it could be something that they can figure out. And yeah, even David Sachs the other day, I think yesterday, was on a CNN or a Fox show saying that they believe that DeepSeek essentially distilled so there's something, distillation in machine learning is like you have a big model that you have figured out how to make, and then you can say, okay, this one that's 405 billion parameters, I want to try and do a 70 billion parameter version of that, and I'm going to use the big model to train the small model automatically. And it's not going to be as good. It's going to be like, maybe 90 or 95% as good when it's all done, because it, doesn't have the ability to fully capture everything from the big model, but you can get close, and then it becomes a lot lighter weight to run. And so that's distillation. That's why you have, when Facebook / Meta releases their new open source Llama models, they've got multiple versions of it. There's a 405 billion parameter version, there's a 70 billion parameter version, and there's a 3 billion parameter version, or I think a 70, maybe a 7. I can't remember what the smallest one is. But anyways, there's the different sizes, and that's one of the things that they do to get those smaller size models. And they're assuming that DeepSeek basically did that with OpenAI's O1 model.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to hear a crazy kind of conspiracy theory? It's probably not true, but it's kind of interesting to think about.
Crazy conspiracy theory. Let's go.
Yeah. So on X, I started to follow. You know that guy that was murdered, right? Suchir.
Yeah, the OpenAI guy.
Most likely murdered. How suspicious it was. Well, the guy that his family originally hired, independent investigator, he still talks about it. He's since been like fired by the family, and now they're working with like more professional people or something, lawyers or something that gave him. So anyway, this guy that's like a social media investigator, independent investigator, he put out the idea that he thinks it makes sense now because DeepSeek Labs was in like the San Francisco Bay Area during that time, and maybe that guy Suchir had like some crazy training set data from OpenAI because he was like that key whistleblower, and that he was murdered, and they took it and then sold it to DeepSeek Labs or in the black market or something.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Wow.
And maybe DeepSeek Labs didn't like do it they didn't like murder him, but maybe some like independent person that's like a bad actor saw an opportunity to make millions of dollars and just did it.
So then why open source it then if it's that valuable?
I mean, it was valuable for DeepSeek to be able to, make a name for itself, right? In that way, and so their hedge fund backer, they're backed by some multi-billion-dollar hedge fund, in China or something like that, apparently. And so it just made sense, like, hey, let's get ahead with this data that this person is selling us, and we don't know how they got it, but we'll take it,
Juicy.
I like the soap opera.
Yeah, this is great. This is very juicy stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's just a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think what's interesting about this whole space, though, is like, like this. My key takeaway from everything that's happening is the AI space was being laughed at not even a year or two ago. Really, until ChatGPT became reality. That's when people started taking it seriously. But people weren't really understanding the true implications of it long term. And now it seems like with this DeepSeek thing, it's like it's taking the world by storm in the same way that GPT did, and it seems like this is going to continue accelerating with things, right? Mm-hmm. That's my biggest takeaway from this whole thing is like the AI, not even the trend, the AI, the overtaking of society and the zeitgeist by artificial intelligence is just getting started, and so that's a good outcome for companies that are all in on making AI work with their business, whatever their business models are. That's my biggest takeaway from this whole thing. If China's really going to go, I mean, and if you really think about it, it really highlights how incredibly powerful this technology is. It really is incredibly powerful. It can literally, in the best case scenario, long term, we'll have super intelligence in our pocket that can basically answer or do anything for us, right? So that sounds pretty damn powerful. And the nations and individuals that don't have access to that by default, they're going to be significantly behind. It's like a person today not having a smartphone and the internet. Like you're automatically like completely removed from society. Like you won't be able to keep up. You just you won't, So that's my biggest takeaway from this whole thing. I mean, I like the conspiracy theory. It is a weird thing that happened.
It's a very weird coincidence. Yeah.
Very weird coincidence. Yeah. All right. So we got 5 minutes until the earnings drop. We've barely talked about Tesla, which is that might be a sign of things to come.
Yeah, I know.
But so let me show this real quick, Hans, and then I'll let you take it here. Real quick, for those that missed it, there is a video from Tesla that they showed of the cars driving themselves from the factory to the loading docks using unsupervised self-driving. This is a post that Elon reposted, retweeted, whatever you want to call it, saying unsupervised self-driving is finally here, or whatever the verbiage was, the exact word was, but it was basically unsupervised self-driving is here. And this kind of blew up overnight. It dropped like while we were all sleeping, and we all woke up to it. So I'm going to guess, based on this, unsupervised self-driving, and Gally Russell, shout out Hyperchange, he kind of said, hey, earnings unsupervised is going to be a big word, that people should sort of listen out for. So I just wanted to make sure people were caught up on this before we get into the earnings release in about 5-10 minutes here. So Hans, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, I think that's a good transition. The thing that I was going to say before we got started was just that I think the reason, or part of the reason for the narrative, like the reason the DeepSeek story is so big, is that OpenAI has been this, basically unchallenged giant in the field of artificial intelligence, and nobody really likes them because they're in first place. It's like everyone wants to hate OpenAI, and I think this is like a big thing that everyone can latch onto to say, see, I told you AI was always crap, or OpenAI was always crap, and I hate them, and now they're going to lose. So I think there's that like latent desire to see, the Goliath in the story fall. And so DeepSeek gets to have that David and Goliath narrative right now. And that's why the traction for the name is so big. But man, like, I hope that unsupervised FSD becomes a major talking point today. I know that Elon thinks we're getting close. Well, one of the things that I expect to hear is, he's been saying we're tracking to safer than human without, like purely FSD, not even human supervised. We're tracking to be safer than a human without driver monitoring within 6 months from now. And so we should see something about their safety data. It'll be hard to, like, I doubt that they're going to give us safety data that's really as transparent as we would like it to be, so that we can feel like, yeah, what does that actually mean? But we're going to get something. And I definitely, like, with all the stuff going on in AI right now, I'm like, there's just so many indications that we're going to be able to do things that people thought were not possible. Like, a week ago, people didn't think that inference was going to be 20 times easier this week.
Yeah.
And now it is.
Yeah.
And those types of things, we don't know when they're going to happen, but those are discontinuous moments that, like, they're unexpected things that we should expect at some sort of regular cadence.
Got it.
And that will be true for FSD.
Yeah, I was just quickly looking at the options market before the close because the quotes stop, but it looks like there's just like a 5% implied move. Unless I'm reading something wrong, it's like that's a lower implied move of the stock from earnings than I can recall in recent history. Usually it's like 7-8% or something. So, yeah, I guess the market's not pricing in like a huge move either way on the options market for Tesla stock.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, so muted overall. I mean, that's kind of the vibe. So the looks like it closed at 388.50. It's finally 4 o'clock Eastern. 389.10 looks like the closing price. So we'll keep an eye on this. We're going to go ahead and pull up the earnings screen here. Let's see. Investor relations. Very good. And we're going to just F5 our lives away until this shows up. So, now, I think that the biggest number I'm looking for specifically with Tesla's earnings, I am really curious to see the energy number, because they did. So if we go to the third quarter, they deployed 6.9 gigawatt hours of energy products in the third quarter, and if we go to the fourth quarter, they deployed 11 gigawatt hours of energy products, and those energy products in the third quarter were at 30% margin. So they increased the deployment by 40%. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to increase the revenue by 40%, which would imply a similar margin of a very, very fast growing business. Now, still, energy is going to be a very small piece of the pie in relation to the car business. And more importantly, what I'm very interested in is the AI part of the business for Tesla specifically. But so that's that. Then the other piece is guidance for the full year of 2025 when it comes to vehicle deliveries. Are they going to talk about the more affordable model? Are they going to talk about Cybercab? Are they going to talk about Robotaxi? Are they going to talk about I don't know, like how, are they going to throw a number out there for us to look at? You know, as far as how many cars they're thinking about selling for the year. I'm very interested to see that. And of course, like self-driving development, maybe some bot news. I know Elon threw out numbers out there saying 5,000 bots in 2025, 50,000 in 2026, 500,000 in 2027. Okay, cool. So those are sort of rough extrapolations of what he was saying. Are we going to get a clue for that here? Probably not. Yeah, so I'm really interested to see. And by the way, I think people are missing Matt Smith. I'm not personally, but I know people are missing Matt Smith. He just had his 19th kid or something, his 7th kid, I think. So congratulations to Matt, baby girl, just born, I think, a couple of days ago. So he's out there doing he's supposed to be doing, which is being a dad and being a husband. So he's going to go do that, and he's going to leave us alone, thank God. So I'm very happy about that. Okay, so we're waiting for the Tesla earnings to drop here. It's 3:02 p.m. Central, 4:02 p.m. Eastern. Usually they drop about 5 to 10 minutes after the bell. Emmett.
Stock is going down a little bit right now, so maybe
okay.
Maybe it came out on Dow Jones Newswire, but not on our
wire.
But it's just dropping. It's kind of staying the same. It's bouncing around between 387 and 389.
Okay. Those
I don't know.
Rich people and their ability to get this before I can.
Yeah, they pay like
bastards.
They pay like $10,000 a month for that service.
$10,000 a month to get earnings a minute before we do,
and all kinds of weird like news, like quarterly numbers and monthly numbers. Yeah, right. That's how it used to be. I think it's still like that to some degree. Yeah. Oh, now it's really going down. Yeah. Now it's at 380.
380. Big drop. Big spike.
Yeah.
All right.
Drop. Yeah. Well, it might. That just sometimes it reverses course quickly. You just don't know. The first reaction is sometimes the algo is just misreading something, and then
I'm showing 0.15% on Google, but it's Google. So.
Yeah, it's a 378. Yeah, I'm looking at Interactive Brokers.
Okay.
You know, trading after hours trading chart right now. It's 377.
So there's going to be way more accurate. Okay.
Yeah,
so
just
the market doesn't
time.
like it
initially, but it could bounce back. Sometimes it does this and then it reverses course quickly. Yeah. But yeah, initially it doesn't. The initial algo reading it doesn't like it.
All right, so us poors are going to wait for the download deck here.
Yeah.
The people without a hedge fund, like multi-billion-dollar hedge fund, I guess.
Yeah.
We're gonna wait and see.
We'll read it a second later.
Yeah.
Without the,
and then know, we'll miss out on all kinds of opportunity.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what happens here. Hans, go ahead.
It's just information, artificial scarcity. Like in the age of the internet, there's absolutely no reason that some people should have access to this information before
it's
others.
Unbelievable. It's actually it's like truly unbelievable. Yeah. We should like dig a hole somewhere and like run our own wire from the place. Like, can we just hijack? You know, like back in the day, they used to like, you know, steal network TV. You would like hook up a wire to the thing. I think my parents did that back in the day when they lived in Spain. They couldn't afford TV, so they like fucking literally just took a wire from like the source to their apartment, and they got the TV stuff, which is
the data.
Pretty. Oh, we got it. Okay. So let me go ahead and share my screen.
Okay.
For the earnings page. All right, here we go. So we're gonna go through a couple pages, and then we'll speak in a lot of detail. 7.1 billion GAAP operating income in 2024, 1.6 billion in Q4, and 2.3 billion in Q4 of GAAP net income, including 0.6 mark-to-market gains on digital assets. So that's Bitcoin. 8.4 billion non-GAAP net income in 24, 2.6 billion in Q4. Operating cash flow of 4.8 billion in Q4. So they were able to have about $5 billion in cash flow in the fourth quarter. A free cash flow of 3.6 billion in 24, 2 billion in Q4, 7.5 billion increase in our cash and investments in 2024 to 36 billion. operations increased training compute by over 400% in 2024, over 3 billion miles cumulative driven on FSD, supervised as of January, completed construction of mega factory. So completed construction of mega factory Shanghai.
I was hoping we would get some news about that. Yeah, because I think that the Shanghai mega factory is going to be a fun thing to watch this year.
Yeah. So that's a pretty interesting nugget there. How's the stock doing, Emmett, before we keep going?
368, 369,
Okay, so
370.
big down.
A little
See, I
below
told you.
370. Yeah.
See, I show up and the stock goes down. When I'm not here, the stock goes up. There we go. We have confirmation.
It's 5% down. That's where the market seemed to, since the close, 5% from the close down.
Well, there you go.
I know that most of the viewers want to fire you right now, but I'm actually glad. This means that those of us who know what's up can buy some more Tesla stock on sale or some
non-investment advice. Q4 was a record quarter for both vehicle deliveries and energy storage deployments. We expect Model Y to once again be the best-selling vehicle of any kind in 24. And we made it even better with a new Model Y. Hold on a second. We expect the Model Y to once again be the best-selling vehicle of any kind globally for the full year 25. I think they may have had a typo in here. I think globally for the full year 25 is what they meant to say. Anyway, great start. In 2024, we made significant investments in infrastructure that will spur the next wave of growth for the company, including vehicle manufacturing capabilities for new models, AI training compute, and energy storage. Affordability remains top of our mind for customers, and we continue to review every aspect of our cost of goods sold per vehicle to help alleviate concerns. In Q4, COGS per vehicle reached its lowest level ever at under $35,000, driven largely by raw material cost improvements, helping us partially offset our investment in compelling financing and lease options. The energy business achieved another record in Q4 with its highest ever gross profit generation. Construction of Mega Factory Shanghai was completed in December and will begin ramping this quarter. Powerwall deployments achieved another record quarter as we continue to ramp Powerwall 3. 2025 will be a seminal year in Tesla's history as FSD Supervised continues to rapidly improve with the aim of ultimately exceeding human levels of safety. This will eventually unlock an unsupervised FSD option for our customers and their robotaxi business, which we expect to begin launching later this year in parts of the US. We also continue to work on launching FSD Supervised in Europe and China in 2025. So that to me, this for me is the biggest takeaway so far. This is what I'm really interested in, is they specifically call out that they're eventually going to unlock unsupervised FSD for our customers in the robotaxi business, which we expect to begin launching later this year in parts of the US. So this is talking specifically about robotaxi, but I'm also curious to see if they're going to launch robotaxi unsupervised. They will also launch unsupervised FSD for the broader fleet. So I'm very curious to see that. Let's go ahead and read the financial summary. Actually, I'm sorry. I want to go to this page, actually, to the outlook.
I would say, the outlook. The one thing about the outlook is they don't seem to give a specific number of guidance for vehicle deliveries. Maybe that's the market's not liking that. I don't know.
They're being vague.
Yeah.
So for volume, with the advancements in vehicle autonomy and introduction of new products, we expect the vehicle business to return to growth in 2025. The rate of growth will depend on a variety of factors, including the rate of acceleration of our autonomy efforts, production ramp at our factories, and the broader macroeconomic environment. We expect energy storage deployments to grow at least 50% year over year in 25. So that's another big boost for energy. So they had a big boost in 24. They're going to have another big boost in 25, which makes sense because they just finished that factory in China. We have sufficient liquidity to fund our product roadmap, which shouldn't be a surprise. We will manage the business such that we maintain a strong balance sheet. While we continue to execute on innovations to reduce the cost of manufacturing and operations, over time, we expect our hardware-related profits to be accompanied by an acceleration of AI software and fleet-based profits. I believe they had this verbiage in the last deck as well, if I recall correctly.
Here, I can go check on that.
Plans for new vehicles, including more affordable models, remain on track for start of production in the first half of 2025. So that's a pretty big thing there. So the new models, this is the cheaper model that a lot of people have been trying to figure out what it is. And they say plans for new vehicles. So this includes things like, I don't know, we don't know what they mean, but they mean different models, different vehicles. These vehicles will utilize aspects of our next generation platform, as well as aspects of our current platforms, and will be produced on the same manufacturing lines as our current vehicle lineup. So this is very similar to what was said in the last couple quarters, but it's just a reconfirmation. This approach will result in achieving less cost reduction than previously expected, but enables us to prudently grow our vehicle volumes in a more capex efficient manner. This should help us fully utilize our current expected maximum capacity of close to 3 million vehicles enabling more than 60% growth over 2024 production before investing in new manufacturing lines. So that's an interesting piece of data there. So they did about 1.7 million cars produced in 24. Is that right? Something like that. And I'll get you the exact number here soon. And so a 60% growth on that would be 2. What is that? Like 2.5, something like that. Maybe a little bit more. Our purpose-built robotaxi product CyberCab will continue to pursue a revolutionary unboxed manufacturing strategy and is scheduled for volume production starting in 2026. So volume production. So all of this is kind of the same thing we've. So I think you're right, Ahmed. I think this is we've heard this before.
Yeah.
So it's like nothing new. So curious
Yeah.
to see what
that software and fleet-based revenue line is the same from Q4. One of the additions there at the end of product where it says we'll continue to pursue a revolutionary unboxed manufacturing strategy, that sentence ends right there at strategy in the Q3 deck. It doesn't say anything about 2026. So saying that we're not going to reach volume until 2026, like they're giving a little bit more specificity that it's not going to be this year. So I don't know if that is having any impact or not.
Got it. Real quick, I am looking at the financials here. So let's see. Total GAAP gross margin is down. Operating margin is down to 6.2% from 10.8%. So kind of back to the previous 2-quarter level. So that's maybe another reason why we've had that hit. But the EBITDA margin is 19.1%. So it actually is an increase in EBITDA margin, which is probably driven by, I'm going to guess, energy and services and other. We'll have to go in and do the math a little bit here in the back end. So let me go ahead and go to this slide. This one is new. This guy. I haven't seen this one before, which is this is probably a pretty good thing to look through. So this says Cybertruck advancements in vehicle technology and architecture. There is a bunch of sections, manufacturing and design, powertrain and electrical architecture, and ride and comfort, and then use in future vehicles. So they're basically saying, here are all the things that are kind of new in Cybertruck that we introduced, and here are all the things that are going to be used in future vehicles. So they're saying real wheel steering, steer-by-wire, adaptive air suspension, custom laminated glass, bi-directional charging, Ethernet communication loop, 800-volt battery system, 48-volt electrical architecture, integrated audio with body structure, and gigacastings. The only thing that won't be included in future vehicles is the stainless steel exoskeleton. So delete the Cybercab with using stainless steel out of your mind if you haven't already from the Cybercab unveil, as well as air bending manufacturing process, which is directly correlated to the stainless steel exoskeleton of the Cybertruck. But everything else looks like the signal here is like, hey, we're going to use all the new stuff we put in Cybertruck, we're going to use for our follow-on products, which is what I think people that follow the company closely fully expected, which is obviously a good thing.
Just to double click a little bit on the airbending manufacturing process. So that process is what makes the Cybertruck look like a piece of, pixel art for with all its hard lines and all the crazy, just like straight edges. It looks like a piece of origami. That's from the airbending process, which they had to make because that steel is so hard to bend. So they're like, we're not using steel that's that hard or thick. And so we're not going to have to use that bending. Like we can use traditional manufacturing processes, which means we can have all kinds of nice flowy curves.
Yeah. What's up, Nico? Welcome in.
How's it going, guys?
How you doing?
As far as I was crashing the stock, so
I'm back.
I had to get in here.
I'm back, baby. I'm back.
Hey, did you buy puts so that you could take advantage of Farzad's presence on this panel?
That's not too bad. We're down 3%.
It came back a little bit. Yeah, it came back a little bit.
Yeah.
Now that Nico's on, it's back to 370s.
Look at that.
I think
don't have
Emmett, you were saying that the expected move at the end of the day was 5%. Did I hear you right?
Yeah, it seemed like
that's
about
weird.
5%. Yeah.
This shows you like how much contraction there was in the volatility, because this morning is 9%.
Wow.
Wow.
Maybe that's because it included the market this morning. It probably included the big event with the interest rate decision today, and then once that was flushed out of the market, then the volatility came down.
Fell. Yeah.
Because that was one big event that passed.
Hans, do you mind taking over the slides real quick? I want to punch in these the P&L into my sheet if you're not in the middle of something. If you are, I can keep going. Up to you. Nico, what's your takeaway?
I don't know. I'm catching up.
Okay.
I'm catching up. Give me a moment here to.
Got it. Take your time. Take your time. Yeah, I mean, I think what we were going into, I mean, in addition to me being in the live stream, it was kind of a muted sort of entrance to the earnings report. I don't think a lot of us were expecting too much coming out. The guidance we got from the company in the summary is sort of aligned with what they said before. The guidance they've given us in the, I don't know why it keeps doing that. Sorry, y'all. It keeps like doing weird stuff. Outlook, sort of couple new nuggets, but nothing too much. I mean, I think really the biggest piece here, and I got to put these numbers in the spreadsheet. I got to see what the margins look like for energy, and because it does look like the car business, the margins took a pretty significant hit. They got some slides about the new Model Y, which has grown on me a lot. I think it actually looks pretty great. Oh, you've taken over, Hans. Great, awesome. I was wondering, I was like, what the hell's going on? Why isn't it doing what I'm telling it to do? Yeah, but okay. Yeah, Hans, if you don't mind driving for a few minutes, I would appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and put these here. Just remember to unmute yourself first.
Is there anything that either you, Nico, or Emmett would like to look at in the deck? We can.
I mean, that first chart, right, of the average cost per vehicle, it's nice to see it still trending down a few $100 versus last quarter. So that's good.
Which page?
That's page 14, I believe. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, lowest ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Q3 was much lower than Q2, so that was, but this now it's still trending lower. So we'll see how low it gets. That'll be interesting as volume hopefully picks up.
Yeah, which is actually, that's surprising that the margins came in the way that they did, because they came in quite low for the business. So gross margin anyway. Okay, I'll go ahead and type these. Sorry.
I wanted to look at this core technologies slide. It says for artificial intelligence software and hardware in Q4, we completed the deployment of Cortex, a 50,000 cluster of H100s at Gigafactory, Texas. Cortex helped enable version 13 of FSD Supervised, which boasts major improvements in safety and comfort, thanks to 4.2 times increase in data, higher resolution video inputs, 2 times reduction in photon to control latency, and redesigned controller. Among other enhancements, FSD Supervised can now start from park and perform unpark, reverse and park capabilities. In Q4, Tesla vehicles using autopilot technology drove almost 6 million miles between accidents, the best Q4 ever, compared to the US average of 0.7 million miles, so 700,000 miles. Progress on Optimus hardware and software continued in Q4, including the latest generation hand, robust locomotion, and training on additional tasks ahead of planned pilot production in 2025. So, yeah, dropping hints again that we're going to get into pilot production this year. Then for vehicle and other software, the holiday release included Apple Watch support. Customers can pair their watch as key unlock and lock their vehicle without ever pressing a button, just like the phone key. With a premium connectivity subscription, dash cam and Sentry mode, clips can be viewed and downloaded directly from the Tesla app. Yeah. And this is, stuff that we've pretty much seen. Let's go to battery and powertrain manufacturing. We processed our first spodumene lithium containing concentrate through the front end of the lithium refinery only 18 months after groundbreaking, much faster than any plant we know of outside of Asia, but slower than Elon was hoping. The intermediate material was on spec, and we are on track to commission the plant in 2025. Our in-house 4680 cell hit a production rate exceeding the 2,500 Cybertrucks per week, and our energy business continued to grow rapidly in 2024 as we expand capacity for both Megapack and Powerwall to meet demand. Services and a collection of businesses that support new vehicle sales achieved its third year in a row of profitability in 2024. I think this chart here, though, on the right, this is where things get more interesting. That we've got, you can see how the amount of data that they have collected has kind of been trending upwards. That there was one rate that we were going at while we were on really from March of 2023 onward until March of 2024, and then last year, whatever that is, 9 months ago, when we started to roll out version 13, the things really kicked up a notch, and they have been, we've been almost on a linear level of growth in those, which just means that more people are using version 13 than used 12 or before. Oh, I guess that's version 12. So, yeah, this is 12 here that you see.
12 and
this
beyond.
is version 11. Yeah, this is 12 here, and then from here up is 13.
Yeah,
probably.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Well, not quite. No, I guess 13.
It's just 12 plus 13. Yeah, I think it's 12 and beyond. Yeah, just both combined.
Yep. So most of the red, I guess, is going to be 12. Then there's whoever's on 13 now is going to be up here. But very, very interesting. It's not as, exponential here as we had hoped yet, but I think we're not too far out from, one of those new legs where, if they give a free trial, like once they get version 13 really polished on all of the hardware 4s and get 12.6 really polished on all of the hardware 3s, and then roll out a free trial of that, I think we're going to get a nice another leg up in growth here.
So I ran the some of the figures through my spreadsheet here. Auto margins down from 16.4 to 12.8.
They cut a lot of prices, I think, to move product.
Quite a bit. And then the assumption there is that they didn't really see the so the FSD take rate, if it even improved, is not really reflected in the quarter, or it is, and they cut so deep that they cut. I don't know. So yeah. I'd be curious to see if there's any sort of things there. The energy gross margin is down from 30% to 25%. And so those two things, the car business going down by 4 points and the energy business going down by 5 points on the margin side, sort of correlate to a operating gross margin going down from 10.8 to 6.2 in the fourth quarter. So even though we saw additional deliveries, even though we saw more economies of scale, really Tesla cut the prices pretty deeply to try to move metal. So, and they're not really seeing the margins bounce back from the FSD business. So, which I think the signal there is, I don't think we should expect, because version 13 is great. It's great. It's a really, really, really good piece of software, but it's still not something that's being adopted by the customer base. It's just not. Not at the level that, in my opinion, it should, based on its capability. But people are just either not comfortable with it, they're not aware of it. That's why I really think the big unlock here is going to be unsupervised. For sure. Yeah. Unsupervised is going to have
There's such a psychological, I think, hurdle for a lot of people to get over to use it, even if it's really good like it is.
By the way, the stock is up 1.2%.
What?
I was going to say that. I was going to say
nice.
that. Stole my thunder.
Nice. All right. So
welcome to the channel.
Course. Yeah. Yeah, Nico.
It's
you
all
gotta stick
Nico's fault.
around.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
Nico. Okay, so now we know. So if I'm on, Nico has to show up late, and then that will make the
Yeah.
stock go up. Yeah.
Hey, so just real quick, couple thoughts. Like one, extremely bullish on the fact that they're still on target for the first half 2025 for new vehicles.
Yeah.
Huge bullish on that.
Now
Also,
it's-
I think very bullish on. I feel like I wish they would word this a little differently, but they say volume of Cybercab in 2026. To me, that means that they have to start production in 2025. I wish they would just say start production of Cybercab in 2025. I mean, maybe technically you could start production in 2026 and end the year in volume, but kind of seems to me like that happens in 2025. And then,
Or they could be saying like volume kicks in December, and they're expecting start to kick in January. You know?
yeah, potentially. And then the other thing is, I mean, we're up almost 3% now, guys. The other thing
positive
too
on the day.
is
Yeah.
I thought I heard Hans. I thought you said somewhere, and I can't find it. Did they mention anything about starting unsupervised rides in Austin, Texas, or in Texas and California? Is there any mention of that?
I didn't mention that one in any of the stuff that I was reading, but I haven't made it through the whole deck.
That's it. Okay, so that's interesting because I think they did mention it in the last deck.
Yeah, they said it. They said it on the on page 6. Sorry, no, excuse me. Page 12.
Oh, I
they
see
said,
it. I see it.
Yeah,
It's on.
it's towards the
It
end.
starts on. It's on page 3. They talk about it.
On
This
page-
will eventually unlock an unsupervised FSD option for our customers
yeah.
and the robotaxi business, which we expect to begin launching later this year in part of the U.S. In parts of the U.S., we also continue to work on launching FSD supervised in Europe and China in 2025. Ooh, that'd be nice. Oh, 4%
What is
up
the
now.
stock
Let's
doing
go.
right now? Did something happen? Did something
Yeah,
break?
I came on.
And it's just some digestion of market participants. I think what's happening with Tesla more and more is more and more investors are realizing the automotive gross margins, even the energy margins don't really matter so much to it's really about the future of the bot, the cybercab. And from this report, everything's still on track to come to fruition. You know, they're making further progress. They don't give so much specifics about exactly how many cybercabs are going to produce this year, but everything points to, you know, the future of Tesla still on track to arrive, I feel like. And maybe, you know, the days of like poo-pooing Tesla because their automotive gross margins dropped are over, because that's not really that important for the future of Tesla, you know, the manufacturing margins, you know.
I think that's so well said. That's my takeaway from this is that I don't see delays in this. And I don't see like little subtle changes in verbiage. Still says in the first half 2025, still says you know, in some parts of the US by this year. So, you know, we're already done with January. And a lot of the things that we were anticipating was really talked about back during the We Robot event. Right. So nothing's pushed, which I think is good.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla's a 1.2 trillion, 1.3 trillion market cap company. You know, a couple tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars in automotive gross margins is like a penny compared to like such a big number of the market cap. The market cap's clearly about the future, not about automotive gross margins. And I think maybe the market, you know, market participants are finally coming to that realization. You know, there's initial drop, speculators like, oh, automotive gross margins are bad, and they short-term sell, they got to buy back at some point. And there's not really a lot of long-term holders selling because of that, because they're waiting for the big stuff to come.
I mean, that would be a very fascinating turn of events as far as how Wall Street's actually viewing the story, if that's actually true.
Yeah.
Because that implies that anytime there's going to be any positive news around the development of their AI products, be it Cybercab comes out, Unsupervised comes out, robot starts being used in the factory, anytime those types of things are mentioned in theory, the stock is going to start pricing those in early, right? Because that's sort of my mental framework behind the market actually reacting to the AI story. I mean, I don't know what else explains that, because I mean they beat on the EPS. I think Street was expecting 7.2 73 cents, and it came in at 79 adjusted, I think was the number. But
79 beats everyone, doesn't it?
it does, yeah. But that wouldn't explain the move down.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
this is why,
that's bots and I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Conversely, like if they had beat on automotive gross margins and had like, 20% automotive gross margins, but then had some language saying, yeah, our bot's going to be delayed by 2 years. We have to redevelop the hinge or whatever.
Yeah,
Then maybe the stock would go up initially, but then tank after that. It's hard to say.
that's fair. Yeah, I'm curious to see. Okay, so now I'm very excited for this call now, because if the stock is going to move in this way with the assumption that it erased the down that we got in after hours, because the market might be digesting the new product and the AI news more positively, then in theory, if those topics come up on the call, then and they're positive guidance, like, hey, we feel confident we'll have unsupervised in our fleet by the summer, like that's going to do something.
Yeah.
That's for sure going to do something. That's going to be viewed very positively by the market. You know? Yeah.
I agree. It might not be an instant reaction either. Maybe there's some, these are like humans have to think about this. It's not algos trading on that type of news. It's like actual decision makers have to process it and be like multi-billion-dollar hedge fund, like, okay, let's double our Tesla exposure because in the next year or two, this is going to happen. There's no algo that can really interpret that the one way or another, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it goes back to the whole, like, the zeitgeist has absorbed AI in a very interesting way as of late with different breakthroughs. We talked about DeepSeek stuff. Like, if Tesla starts being viewed through that lens, like the retail investors are finally getting what they want, which is Wall Street to view the damn story as an AI company. How long did we wait for that? Legitimately, since the launch of FSD. Guys, you don't get it. You don't understand. It's like,
I will say the market starting to understand, starting to ask those type of questions tells you how close we are.
Yeah, I agree. I think the broader discussion has been very refreshing. Some of the I still feel like there is a disconnect when it comes to truly understanding the breakthrough, or maybe that market's not ready to price it in, just because of the implications of if unsupervised driving is here, by default, the bot's going to be here too. Like if Tesla have figured out how to make road missiles drive themselves, they're going to figure out how to make robots work. They just will. The limiting factor is going to be a actuator that can support the movements that Tesla's looking to do at a very high energy efficiency level. That's really the breakthrough here for Tesla. They need to figure out after compute, because they show that they know how to do inference, they know how to do training, and so the thing becomes, and they have the data. Obviously, they know how to process the data. So now the question becomes: do you have the fundamental knowledge or capability of actually getting the bot to do what you want it to do? And if the answer is yes, okay, then all of a sudden you're going into a $40 trillion TAM, which is the global human labor force in the physical world. That's limited by how many humans there are, simply because we can't just call a number and a baby shows up. It's because we actually have to get to work to make babies. Tesla will literally make babies through a factory. Babies, like they'll make bots that do work. So at that point, the $40 trillion TAM is an arbitrary number that humans. It's not arbitrary. It's a number we are limited by how many humans are on Earth. Tesla can just make that market arbitrary by how many bots it's just linked to how many bots they get out into the world, or space, or other planets, or for mining. And raw material extraction becomes a ridiculously possible thing where if raw materials are one of the key things that are keeping us from building really cool shit, okay, because of how dangerous or how inhumane it is in a way, once you introduce the bot in, what's the worry? Okay, so all of a sudden this entire thing opens. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wild.
I mean, I was just looking also, there are so many investors interested in how Tesla is progressing. I mean, like, I was just looking at the YouTube channels, just on my own subscriptions. There's probably a lot I'm not subscribed to, but there's like 4 YouTube channels I see with like 5,000 plus different sets of audience viewers, you know, and then there's like X has like you live with another fourth, you know, and lots of, and then like Kathy Wood is live with Sawyer Merritt right now for 7th. You know, there's like probably 50,000 to 100,000 investors right now, like listening to live streams, trying to figure out what's going on with the Tesla stock right now. It's
100%.
so crazy how far this has come from like just a year or two ago.
Thousands of, like literally thousands upon thousands of people. I'll be curious to see if we add up everybody.
Yeah.
Just I'm gonna do like a very simple query. So Rob Mauer's got 7.5.
Yep.
We got, I know Herbert's another one. I think he had 7 point something too. Going on. We're the shitty one. Welcome to the shitty stream, everybody. Herbert's got 7.1.
Okay.
Amit, who does excellent work, he's got 6,000 right now, and these
Wow.
are just YouTube. We've got what, 2,500.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Pull up all of them, and just mute the ones you hate, like this one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, there's just so that in itself. So between Amit, Rob, Herbert, and we don't even count. We just rounded up at that point. 7,
And then
7,
on
14,
X
20,
Spaces, they have a
20,000.
whole list of them on X Spaces on my computer screen. There's like your live stream on X Spaces says plus 3,800, so that's another 4,000. I think
They're all
that's not
bots.
double counting you. Oh, probably some.
Yeah.
How many are verified check marks? I don't know, but
none of them.
Sawyer and has it with like the Wolf of Wall Street or whatever guy, and Omar, and they're like at 7,000 plus with Kathy Wood interviewing her. So there's like 50,000 plus people total, I would imagine. Like
Me, Kevin's got 14,000.
Holy crap! Yeah.
Yeah. So it's I think a dam has breached. Shout out producer wife, aka producer mom. Tesla to 500. Let's go. Pump it up.
Yeah, love it.
Love it. Yeah, it's a dam has broken, and when it comes to the interest around the story, I think it's you know what my theory is on this? I think Elon getting into politics and successfully pairing up with the winning party and his efforts around X, free speech, etc., I think has won him a tremendous amount of fans. His
and
market
European
has grown.
haters.
Yeah, and European haters, but who cares about Europe? Forget them. They hate freedom and guns. So
a lot of California haters too.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
But
They can
clearly,
move to Europe.
but clearly, I mean, clearly it's worked. It's worked. Now, you know, I think the story here with the stock is specific to investors, obviously, but I think there are going to be a lot of people out there that are interested in seeing his arc develop over time. So, yeah, fascinating developments here. So we are at 4:03 in after hours. The stock crashed all the way down, quote unquote, crashed all the way down to about 360 something, 368, I believe, was the low of the day in after hours trading. This was right after earnings came out, and then after people digested earnings for a bit, it shot up. It made up 8 points worth of pricing. About a $40 swing almost.
Mm-hmm.
From
There's
about,
gonna be a lot more.
yeah,
You'll see a lot more.
Yeah,
and
I'm excited for this
Microsoft
earnings call.
and other big earnings today, Microsoft and Meta. I was just looking; their stocks had. I haven't looked into their earnings. Obviously, we've been looking at this, but their stocks have had slightly similar reactions, where initial downtick and then sort of a recovery in the last 30 minutes or so.
Nice.
Some trend going on with that, I guess.
Awesome.
Today.
Ooh, Meta just tanked.
Did they just report?
Oh, just now. Oh, Meta just came out just now, this second. Yeah. Microsoft came out like a half hour ago, I think. Yeah, but Meta just came out now.
Ooh.
Yeah. How much is it down?
I
Where's the
don't know.
suspense?
It's noise right now,
5%.
but 5%.
5%.
Maybe it'll recover, just like Tesla was down 5%. Maybe it'll come back. Maybe the algos are just getting it wrong right now.
We're about to hit a Fibonacci, and it bounces right off the fib.
Look at these silly traders with their Fibonacci's and their candles.
It just happens to be on there. All right, I have like a
Fibonacci.
6-month fib on everything.
It bounced
so-
off my Fibonacci.
It did.
Can you listen to
I'm telling you, this thing's textbook.
Oh, your Fibonacci. Just make it like you should start selling merch where it's like, I love the Fibonacci. I love
I
it.
actually do.
I mean, it's one of those like, what is it? It happens in nature everywhere, right? The Fibonacci sequence. One of the most.
Is that the only thing you know about Fibonacci? Is that one line?
Yeah.
Because that's what everybody says. It happens in
A little
nature,
bit more than that.
man. It's how you know it's like kind of legit.
Not bad. All right.
No.
Candles
Wait,
are
okay, so
pseudoscience.
can we talk about
Go
like
ahead.
some good stuff and Meta's bouncing back? Can we talk about some good stuff? So
No.
I have this you put a waffle in my face. Love waffles. Chocolate chip waffles. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Anyways, my fat kid's coming out. Okay, Meta's in the green now.
Meta's positive now. Yeah, same. That's crazy.
Wild.
You can't keep these Mag 7s down.
No.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So I think that Tesla released the unsupervised video this morning as a precursor to what they're going to talk about on the call. I think they're excited. I think they're bullish. I think they're going to come out with a very interesting opening statement by Elon. I'm curious, what are you guys expecting? I mean, maybe I'm always stupid and think that something really interesting, exciting is going to happen on the earnings call, but I don't know. Once again, I think
I was actually hopefully suspecting the same thing, that release yesterday of all days, right before the earnings report, was sort of ominous in a good way of what they're going to talk about more in the call. We'll see.
Right? It seems like there's something there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a like coincidence that they released it today. Obviously, Elon's like, I want this to happen on this date. That was the deadline of getting it started, so that's when it happened. And there's a reason for that.
Yeah. And the Cybertruck tunnel, how sick is that? That's so cool.
Yeah. I mean, now we know why they did it. So that the cars can just drive themselves to the tunnel, to the loading dock.
Yep.
They can bypass the mess that is Fremont. You know? Or
Well, yeah, and
really,
it can't go on public roads. So now, because it's private roads, it can actually legally do that.
Yep. The tunnel they made in Giga, Texas, right? It's not in Fremont, it's in Texas. Yeah. That makes sense. That's perfect. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I agree with the panel. I think I'm excited. I'm excited for the call. I'm excited. I'm actually pretty excited for the call. I was kind of like ho-hum going into it. I'm like, you know, like, are they going to talk about it? They're not going to talk about it. They released a video. That's pretty exciting. But now I'm more excited because of the way the market is reacting to it more than anything. Because now.
What if Elon comes on and he's like, "Oh, this is what winning feels like."
That's exactly what I was thinking too. Like, what if he brings the same energy to the earnings call today that he brought
I would
to
love one. I would love that.
speech.
Maybe
My heart goes
after
out
they
to
release
you.
it. No video, but everyone's like,
Yeah.
I know what he just did.
Guys, this
There'll be
is
news
like their
headlines.
first video earnings report too.
Tesla.
Yeah. Could you imagine? Yeah, I think I mean, if you really think about it, the next earnings report, excuse me, it's going to be in April, and that's going to be right around the time, in theory, we're going to start seeing the clues about the new vehicles being produced, right?
Yeah.
So-
What's this great mystery though? Like, do you guys have high confidence, like very high confidence, that there's like a new lower cost vehicle that's not the cyber cab that's about to be produced? I mean, I still am not like sure. Like, I'm uncertain. I don't know.
Dude, I've been on the boat where I thought it's going to be the cyber cab with a joystick.
remember
It's a
the
cyber
joystick?
cab with a steering wheel.
Yeah.
I don't know what to think. I mean, when I had Sandy Monroe on, we were talking about him, but to him, I mean, he's convinced that the more affordable vehicle is a cyber cab, and it's
That's what I think. I
It's
mean, you can't
hard
get
not
much
to
smaller
be.
than the Model 3 unless it's like the cyber cab, right? I mean, this like just seems weird.
I know it's hard. So you think about if it's really going to start production in the end of the first half, you need to start testing the vehicle. Like you need your alpha, your beta, your pre-production versions out.
Yeah.
6 to 10 months before you start production, and it just happens to align exactly with the cyber gaps start coming out of the factory about 6 to 7 months before the end of the first half. And they did the same exact thing with the Model 3. They did the same exact thing with the Model Y.
Yeah.
The same exact thing with the Cybertruck. It's like, okay, so it's like, now the thing that we get hung up on is like, I personally get hung up on is when Franz and Lars and the executive team gets asked, are you going to put a steering wheel in this car? And they exclusively say, no, we're not going to put a steering wheel in the car. My head goes to like, oh, that's why they're going to do a joystick. Because there's no way this is not the compact car. I don't know. It makes perfect sense, but who knows? They might just be lying too. Those guys can lie. They're allowed to lie. Are they?
Yeah.
I guess maybe not. They're a public company. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are some things that you could change about the vehicle that would make it a different vehicle without changing a whole lot about the outside aesthetics. Like you could have all one internal compartment instead of having it split front to rear, do a hatchback, do legitimate seats that are for, like bucket seats.
Yeah.
And
that's true.
Make some other modifications to it and make it a distinct version with steering wheel and pedals and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
And maybe, technically that's not the Cybercab. Technically,
it could be the same frame, same form factor, but just some stuff switched around on the inside and called the Cyber car.
All right. So the reason I don't think it's the Cybercab reimagined or whatever you want to call it is because they talk about that it's going to be built on the 3 and Y lines. And so to me, that's kind of like the wrinkle and everything. If it wasn't for them saying that repeatedly, I would agree with you guys.
I've had the same exact concern. And when we talked to, I asked Sandy or the same exact, that's my hang up about it being very, very much like the Cybercab. I was like, could you make a vehicle that looked exactly like the Cybercab, but wasn't manufactured in an unboxed process and it went down the standard lines? And Sandy was like 100%. So that's where I felt like my, that question that I had, Sandy doesn't agree with, but I don't know. He doesn't Sandy's really good at a lot of things, but he also doesn't know Tesla's specific plans. So, it is kind of speculation.
Who cares? We're going to know soon. We're going to know in the next 4 months.
Yeah, I think the ultimate thing here is whatever Tesla can do to increase the production rate and the sales of vehicles, period. That's more units that they can make money from FSD with or the robotaxi network with. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Just who cares what they look like or what they are? Just get them out there.
Well, yeah, and does it really matter if it's that versus a 2-door hatchback version of the Model 3? Not really. That's also possible. And
no 2 doors. That'd be bad.
You don't think 2 door? You think 2 doors is a big deal?
I think 2 doors is a mistake.
Why?
Then it's a mistake for Cybercab.
No, it's not, because Cybercab is 2 doors for 2 seats. All right, that makes sense. But because that means you'd have to fold the front seat for people to get in the back, and I think that's not. I think that goes against I almost said Farzad, Franz's organic efficiency type. It's like a language he always talks about, where the car kind of presents itself, and that's ugly design. Slide the seat forward and then you squeeze in the back. Okay, now let me put the seat back up, and that also doesn't really lend itself, I think, to it being a future robotaxi itself. I think the design they're going for on vehicles has always been to one day on all these cars will remove the steering wheels and it can just be its own cyber taxi.
Why are you assuming that it's going to have rear seats?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that's because it's
stumped.
Would be weird not to.
Why?
How many cars do you know that only have 2 seats? What do you mean? Why are you asking these questions like it's not like
the Cybercab has 2 seats?
Obvious reason.
No, it's not obvious. If it has 2 seats,
only have 2 seats that aren't trucks.
How many electric vehicles were sold before Tesla started making electric vehicles?
There's
Okay,
all
but
kinds of coupes. Like it could be a sport coupe.
Here we go.
Like, it
We're
could-
gonna get back into it. Here we go.
my point is but exactly, but that's my point. My point is like that's not the norm. And I don't think that they want to have other vehicles that are going to compete against the Cybercab in that sense. I think they want a
But-
coupe. I think they want like a hatchback. You getting something good there, Franz? Or Hans?
Yeah. So I really this is why I'm stuck on the Cybercab being the cheaper vehicle, because it doesn't make any sense for them to make a smaller 2-row seat car. That's 2 doors. It makes no sense.
What?
Like the Model
I
3
think it
already
makes a lot
has
of
a
sense.
but the Model 3 already has a squished. Okay, why does it make a lot of sense?
For smaller cities.
You're talking like
It
the
makes
Golf
sense.
form factor,
Yeah.
like a VW
exactly.
Golf.
Yeah. I think there's like a
all,
nice
all the
segment
reasons
there.
it makes sense for the Cybercab also apply to just a 2-door coupe.
That's but the 2-door coupe with the I don't know. I think I'm just trying to argue with Nick.
But they always lose. So, Anyways, but no, I'm excited. I think that I want to hear more about unsupervised. I want to hear more about hopefully these analysts ask good questions. The same questions I thought were good at first, and now like I've seen like what's been voted on. I'm a little
I told
disappointed.
you.
They started off good. Like there are honestly some good ones at the top.
There's always
but-
good questions that are there, and then the people who have lots of shares always vote the stupid crap to the top. It's ridiculous.
Actually, did we talk about this, y'all? Jeff just shared a post from the earnings thing. This is something we may have missed. Shame on us if we did. Did we talk about this?
Yeah, we talked those.
About the Optimus hardware and software continued in Q4, including the latest generation hand robust ahead of planned pilot production.
Hans read it out.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mentioned it. We didn't
yeah.
spend a lot of time on it. It is a big deal.
Yeah,
It deserves
Yashu
more.
quoted that in the comments earlier too, so it is catching people's attention, that particular.
Okay. So
Progress.
the call out
That was
here
when you were
is-
doing math.
Okay, sorry. That's why I missed. Okay, that's my excuse anyway.
What?
I was writing numbers into a spreadsheet when you weren't here. When you were late.
Oh,
for
math. I thought you said meth. I'm like, what?
Definitely not meth. Definitely math, not meth. Don't demonetize this, YouTube. Okay, so
shit.
maybe this is why. Maybe this is why the market is reacting the way it's reacting. I've been talking to a lot of people that have been looking to get back into the Tesla name, and I hear the humanoid play being mentioned more and more. Like like Tesla seems to be very like it seems like people want to invest in Tesla because of the humanoid robot less than the cars, and so that could have very well been the reason why we're seeing the reaction we're seeing now, is because the signal, as Jeff put it, Jeff Lutz, shout out Jeff, by the way, it's fucking phenomenal. Just he does such great work covering the name. It's crazy, Jeff Lutz.
So
He
far
goes
as
on Herbert's channel a lot. For those that
You're saying the way people looked at Tesla vehicle sales is to energy, or is the way people looked at Tesla vehicle sales is to humanoids, as the way people look at Tesla energy is to FSD, almost. Like people are like just dismissing FSD, but to your point, excited about humanoids.
Exactly.
And people are excited about deliveries, but kind of always ignored energy. Still ignore energy. Like that's not sexy enough. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. But it's funny. It's funny that maybe this is my fundamental misunderstanding of Wall Street, is like maybe they are a lot farther ahead. They're looking a lot farther ahead than I give them credit for. They're just not ready to price it in yet. They're waiting for the bot piece to get they have clear signal to get into the name before they start giving the name the valuation for the FSD piece. Because maybe in their heads, like, well, if FSD is going to work, the bot's going to work. So I'm going to wait for the bot to get confirmation that it's going to work before I don't know. Maybe that's the justification. But then that also ignores the clear pathway Tesla has to generate profits from the FSD piece. But maybe that's what's priced in already. Anyway. All right. We got third.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, go. You go.
Okay, I was
I'm
gonna pull up
nicer
some
than you.
comments.
You go.
Okay.
Oh, never
From
mind.
Mimi,
Uh,
will you will you stay away in the future, Farzad, if we go down a lot after this call? I'll keep you guessing on that one. Thank you very much from Matthias. Which currency is that? ARS? Do we know what that is?
He's from Argentina, so
Oh, that makes
whatever the
sense.
currency in Argentina is, I would
Thank you.
suppose.
you can do it.
Tell
Proud of
Javier
you.
I say hello. Yes. Good job over there
My
with
boy.
Malay. You guys are doing pretty good. Hello from Argentina. The new land of the free with Malay. Buying 2 Tesla shares in 2019 changed my life after the 10x, giving me a small backup money to jump jobs to find better ones. Now I'm a consultant and developer for a good ERP and keep buying Tesla as my retirement plan. Congratulations, man. That's an awesome story. Best of luck to you. You're killing it. And now I think what's awesome about that situation is like if I think you're going to have a lot of opportunity now with Malay at the helm too. So entrepreneurship I think is going to skyrocket. So you are in a very good spot, my friend. Thank you so much for the super chat. Joaquim, keep the flame burning, guys. Thank you very much. We will
Don't worry.
try our
Farzad's got
best.
lots of flame for all of us.
Fired up. I got a flamethrower behind me. Ishan, member for 32 months. Thank you, bro. One of the OGs. No future vehicles with SS exoskeleton. Yeah, with the stainless steel exoskeleton, not the. I was gonna make a salute joke, but I'll keep it to myself.
It is demonetized.
I'll try not to. You know, it's funny. Hans and I did a podcast. We were talking very in depth about that, and YouTube hated it. Hated it. We got a thing in the back end. They're like, yeah, this is not friendly to our advertisers, so you're probably not gonna make any money on this. Okay, great. Yeah. So I'm not surprised by that. I think the overarching theme here. I mean, I was very big on the Cybercab for a while having the exoskeleton, but I think as the closer we got, the more it became clear that it would detract from Tesla's ability to get a very affordable car out there. Because the exoskeleton is inherently very expensive. And then from Matthias, again, it's not that hard. 2x1 Cybercab plus compact 2-door city car. I would 100% buy one. There you go. We got our confirmation from Malaysia.
It actually is a form factor that's really popular outside the United States.
That's very fair.
The 2-door, 2-seater vehicle. So it's not as much something that you see, driving around here in the United States.
Maybe big in
we
Europe.
like big cars and we got big roads and we got long drives, but a lot of places it's something that makes a lot more sense.
I mean, it could be good. It could be big here too, though. That's the thing. It's like if you think about, this gets cited all the time. 90% of trips from point A to point B is it's 2 people or less.
Mm-hmm.
So most cars are being driven around empty or not even utilizing the second or third row 90% of the time. So optimizing a transportation unit for that.
I just want to see the performance version of that, like a Roadster Light, like the Model 3 hatch performance with, that's significantly lighter weight. That would be a lot of fun.
The one thing I think about, though, with this new model is, and I think Elon has expressed similar sentiment, is why would they put any energy in producing a new model that's drivable when they're on the cusp of solving full self-driving, unsupervised? Every new car is going to be that, and it'll just more than pay for itself being part of the robotaxi network anyway. You don't need a $5,000, $8,000 cheaper model to sell to people,
Well, so the justification, it's a valid question. The thing that I keep wondering about, and I wonder if it helps with this, is just giving you kind of an in-between step that helps you scale your supply chain so that you're not trying to, and maybe you don't worry about this. Maybe you just say, we're going to scale up Cybercab as fast as the supply chain can go. But if you've got a model that allows you to, we got that list there on the deck of all the technologies that are going to go into these future vehicles. So if you want to scale up I don't think they're going to have any problem scaling gigacastings and integrated audio. Like that's going to be easy. But your 48-volt architecture, your 800-volt batteries, your ether loop communications, your bidirectional charging, your steer-by-wire system, your rear-wheel steering. Like those are kind of new supply chains. And so if you want to get to 2 million, 3 million more units per year, it sure would be nice to have something that helps you grow that volume on top of the Cybertruck, which is only, 100, 200,000 units a year.
Yeah, but also the other point from a devil's advocate on that of having done another model being introduced is, I remember it must have been 2014, 15, or 16 earnings calls or Q&As where Elon would be asked, or he'd bring it up himself, like other car companies have 10 or 20 models. That's silly. We're just going to have 3 or 4 models of cars to service everything, so I know he might have changed his mind. Obviously, it's a long time ago, but originally he wasn't in favor of having lots of different models,
Yeah.
So my take on that, Emmett, is that it's not necessarily for United States or for Europe. It's for India. It's for Central America, South America. So they have the ability to sell vehicles, get adoption, and then get training data in those countries, those cities, which is really hard to do right now. So I think it's kind of more so for that, to have a.
But wouldn't the cybercab just like be the solution then? Just like produce millions of cybercabs and make, and isn't that small enough, do you think, or no?
Form factor, yeah, but you still need steering wheel and all that so that people can buy, so we can get the data in those. I mean, but
if they're literally just devil's advocate, if they're literally like 3 or 6 months away from like really solving it, why would they produce anything with steering wheels again, like in terms of the cybercab or that form factor?
Because that is being solved within countries where people follow the rules. Like if you go to Costa Rica, for example, the rules are suggestions.
Yeah.
They're not, you're not, there's no.
Most of the world is like that, actually.
The sidewalk is part available. The sidewalk's part of where you're driving domain.
Yeah. I'm just uncertain. I could go either way, but I feel like it's also possible the cybercab is it, and maybe they make some drivable versions of the cybercab in the meantime, but that's the smaller version.
It's a very interesting thought process that the form factor is directly correlated to the data collection mechanism you need for a specific market. I think the other piece of it though is like we saw I don't know if you guys saw the videos of the car that was smuggled into Eastern Europe that was running FSD no problem on the roads. It wasn't trained on.
They follow
one
the
in
rules.
China. Ray for Tesla showed a video of one in China doing the same thing recently too.
Yeah, but I think that's Hans's point. They follow the rules. Like they have signage. Well, that's true. But the Eastern European one follows the rules of the road in Western nations. They have similar type of, they drive on the right side of the road, not the wrong side of the road. For those of you in the wrong countries that drive on the left side like crazy people. And then not a good one. So that performs well in Eastern Europe. And then, so in theory, if you drop that car in a domain that doesn't follow the rules, it could still drive, just not well and not nearly well enough to be useful in that area. So by default,
especially if you rely on not having a steering wheel at all ever, then it's to be.
Exactly. And the steering wheel and pedal, we all know, is the mechanism for Tesla to collect interventions. And that's how the system gets better.
Another devil's advocate, just to, put a counterpoint there. Like if they've
what's going on? You having a bad day, Emmett? What's the problem, bro?
I just like to debate,
I'm
sure the sake of debating sometimes.
I'm kidding.
So if they've solved it in the US, largely, what's to say they can't much more efficiently solve it in other countries, just like DeepSeek's more efficiently solved,
I agree.
The large language model stuff, like very quickly in China and Europe or India or whatever.
Okay. Not a great example, in my opinion, Emmett. DeepSeek did not solve LLMs better, more efficiently. They leverage what people have done, and they were able to imitate.
But that applies.
So I would say
that applies here. They can leverage what Tesla did in the US is sort of what I'm saying.
I don't know. I see it differently because I think I'm just going to keep going back to India, for example. In India, the way of driving is different. You know, like you can't take it. It would be like
So you think it's
it
going to take like
makes-
3 years of data collection in India until they can really figure
no.
it out?
I think they know how to get to the solution, but they need the data. They need the raw data from India, from Costa Rica,
And it may not be as
from
much as
Brazil.
it took to solve it in the US.
Agreed.
They
I
need
disagree.
some.
Yeah. I disagree. I think they could solve it really quickly other places. That's all I'm saying. I think they could probably.
I think they could solve it in other places much quicker than they did in the U.S. for sure.
Yes.
Like in the U.S., it took So when did FSD 2.5 like hardware 2? So 2017, I think, was the very first FSD computer. So they've been collecting data for the last 8 years, and after 8 years, and the data they've collected, the hardware they've purchased, the inference they've developed, the compute processes they've developed, the sort of the camera placement, the camera resolution. Everything sort of took 8 years to go from 0.0 to now, and all the learnings they went through, right? But I still think there's going to be that you need the units on the road to train, and if you're going to put the units on the road to train with drivers, you have to have them. I really think, Emmett, I think you need at least like 1 million cars driving around India for you to get enough for you to have unsupervised, in my opinion.
I think they could
think it would take 1
simulate a
year.
lot of it in India
oh.
and China. Just a few
Simulation.
exceptions are not going to be very different than the few exceptions to evade an accident here. You know, that's my thought.
Simulation, in my opinion, is a crutch that will lead to nowhere.
I think
Like,
it solves
why not?
99% of the data, but the last 1% is so important, obviously, right? But
You
I
need
think
ground
it could get
truth
a
data.
lot.
You need real data.
But we've seen
Real
with
world
Tesla
data.
how long it's taken to get ground truth to actually work the way they want it to. Right?
Yeah, that's
Taking
because they're
a
trying to
long
get like
time.
they're trying to get those like 5 nines after 99% accurate, right?
Yeah, but it's not because they're using ground truth data. Is that what you're saying, Farzad?
Well,
Or
they,
is it
they
synthetic?
need the ground truth data to get to the 5 nines of
Correct. Yeah, you're right this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
But some of those 5 nines, what I'm saying is some of those 5 nines of extra ground truth data they've gotten can be applied to India.
Yeah, I
But-
just think there's a lot of idiosyncrasies in a country like India that, like, you can't.
Have you
I
seen
think that's
videos
part of the
from India?
99%. I have. It's crazy, but I think they can solve a lot of. I'm just and the things what they've learned, like they had to change their approach like a few times already in the U.S. They start, it's like the last year how fast it's changed is amazing. Like imagine if they iterate further, like how quickly they could solve India, or and India is like a whole other thing too. Like they could have a few driver like cyber cabs that drive, maybe a couple tens of thousands in India for 6 months and then be ready. In my opinion, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
I
see.
mean, I think 1 year is what I think. And any new country that's like crazy like India, like let me say this a different way. I agree with what you're saying, Emmett, as far as it not taking a long time. If you're talking about like Norway and Spain and then France and whatever like that, I think it's quick. I think it's fast, a lot faster than people think.
And in the meantime, though, they could sell like as many as they can possibly produce without steering wheels in the U.S. and probably Europe.
Yes,
in the meantime.
100%. This is going to be wrong. This is going to be completely wrong, and I'll have egg on my face for saying this.
Shocker.
I know. I like things on my face. So that's why I do this. But I think that there's a chance that these new vehicles are not sold in any country where we can have cyber cabs. So like I could see a world where these new vehicles are sold everywhere else in the world, but not the United States, because the United States, next thing is cyber cab. I'm probably dead wrong on that, but I could see that.
Mm-hmm. Like maybe it's just a China specific vehicle and then they don't sell it in the US. The smaller version is just,
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that,
and that's why we haven't seen any. Oh,
I think there's a lot of truth to, if you solve on like robotaxi with cybercab, what's the point of any other form? Like truly, what's the point of any other?
There's going to be demand for tens of millions of those, even in the US. Yeah. It's fleet managers,
Yeah. So this is from Ishan, our brother. Most countries with majority of two-wheeler road users are widely different than countries with majority four-wheeler, completely different paradigm. So this is specifically like places like India, for example. I mean, they have the three-wheelers too. They have the
Rickshaws.
rickshaws, and you have the tuk-tuks in places like in Asia Pacific, right? So, real quick, I do want to go through the say questions, maybe the top 5, just so the audience knows what we're dealing with here.
We're gonna miss the Elon impersonation by Matt. Yeah.
I'm gonna miss the
As far as
impersonation. I'm not gonna miss Matt. Go ahead.
What you're about to go over is gonna be more interesting. Can I just ask Emmett real quick? Did you place any trades for today's earnings call?
No, not for today's earnings call. Nope. It was too expensive when I looked at. I think I looked at it earlier in the day before the Fed, and like you said, it was much more expensive. At the close, I was a little tempted, but I was like, yeah, I don't know. I just felt like
Not even the sell, anything.
No. I've been burned. It's just too uncertain how the stock's going to react. It depends if Elon says some really fires up enthusiasm or not. I feel like in the earnings call, what mood he's in. He's going to be in a good mood, I would think. But is there? Speaking of which, do you think there's a small chance he doesn't show up on this earnings call because he's like so focused on Doge?
Elon?
Yeah. Do you think there's a small chance he's like, someone else comes on and be like, Elon can't be here. He's already expressed that he's not going to show up to as many earnings calls in the past.
That dude, are you kidding?
Yeah, no way.
I would think so. But he's like,
he wants to retain control.
He does, and he wants to stay loyal to all of us, I think, investors who've been with him for a long time. But I also think there's part of me is like he's going to see, the bigger thing is the future of civilization by helping with Doge and the government. Like he might be like, yeah, I need to focus on that. I don't know. That's a small part of me thinks that's possible, but I doubt it. Yeah,
I highly doubt it. That's like a 1% chance in my eyes, or less.
I say 5%. I say
5%. Okay.
Oh,
that's very precise. Okay, so earnings call is going to start here in about 18 minutes. We'll have it for y'all live. I downloaded a new an extension that's going to boost the audio on the earnings call. So we're not going to have this differential where people are going to have to make sure they don't get their ears blown out when we come back. So hopefully that works. If not, I'm sorry for your ears, everybody. So here are the questions that Tesla will hit first on their earnings call. Curious to hear y'all's reaction to any of them. So is unsupervised FSD still planned to be released in Texas and California this year? What hurdles still exist to make this happen? I'm going to guess the answer is yes. And regulation that we're already working with the cities and the states. So we're good. Plus maybe they'll say the Trump administration has been very supportive. We have no issues there. So I think that's what's going to happen there. Sorry for the lack of Elon impression, but we don't have our handy dandy impressionist in the house today. Too busy having children. Terrible priorities. Are there any discussions with other auto companies about licensing FSD? This has come up multiple times. Okay. Is this the call where we finally get a name drop?
No.
I have been saying for the last 2 months, yes, this is it. I'm going to be wrong. But imagine if I'm right. I look like a genius.
Yeah. Imagine that. Actually try to imagine that.
I mean, I already fixed the stock from what you did to it. Far as just imagine what that would do.
Honestly, I'm not one to talk after we have clear scientific fact that if I'm here, the stock goes down. So who do you think is going to be? So I'll throw my guess out. I think Kia Hyundai will be the first one that adopts FSD.
I love how you asked me and then you throw in your quick answer, which is my answer.
Yes, that's why I did it. I was hoping that it was stealing.
It's only all over X, so
Good. All right, perfect.
So all my 5 followers saw it.
Fantastic. Go follow Nico.
Don't.
Make him feel loved, will you?
I see a lot of inappropriate things.
Is Optimus now mostly design locked for 2025 production? I think we actually got confirmation of this on the earnings deck from that excerpt that was shared by a bunch of people where they're looking to move up the bot production, which implies that if it's not locked, it's probably very close to being locked. So this is actually a pretty interesting question that we'll probably get answered with a we're damn close or we have pencils down.
It's one of the least stupid questions in there.
Yeah. Elon has said publicly that long-term shareholders of Tesla will have the ability to invest in his other companies. Could you provide some clarity color as to what that looks like? Brokerage firms use FIFO, so anyone. Okay,
No.
I don't think
That's
that's
not
going to
gonna
be
work.
addressed. Yeah. Yeah. When will Tesla start selling Optimus and Price? What a bombshell of a what if
That's
we
a
get
good one.
that? What if we get that? That makes the stock go crazy.
Yeah, if he's like end of this year, it goes on sale or something. That would be
for
crazy.
50,000.
Yeah.
But founders Optimus 50,000.
Yeah. $100,000 each.
Yeah.
Founders edition Optimus. I would buy one. I would buy one.
Yeah.
Do you guys think this is a dumb question?
No, I think it's a good question.
No, I want to. Spurs a good topic to be discussed. That maybe Elon lets loose some nice nuggets here.
I think the pricing model will be the biggest clue in how they're thinking about this. I think are they going to go the ownership model where they sell the product? Or are they going to go the lease model where they do like, they own the product but they lease it out to you, or is it going to be a hybrid? My guess will probably be a hybrid. That's my guess.
I feel like this question just leads to him saying the same things he's always said.
That's what I was thinking too. Like, he's gonna say, "Oh, we're just gonna use it in Tesla's factories this year, and then it'll go on sale next year."
We can't
sometime.
talk about.
And
this
he's
is
not.
for
And he's
future
not gonna
products.
say,
Long
"Yeah,
term
sell to
for
who?"
30,000.
You guys are such
less
buzzkills,
FR.
bro.
This is not the place for future product announcements. That's what he's
No.
gonna say.
That's what I'm
See,
saying.
now all of a
Look,
sudden I miss Matt for some reason.
my thing is like we know what his answers are, so ask a question that won't lead to a repeat answer.
I mean,
It's hard,
we're
though.
trying. We're
It's
trying,
hard,
but
like-
people are not upvoting them.
I can't even think of questions, to be honest. Like, I see people criticizing all the questions, but I'm like, well, those people criticizing don't even put forth their own questions that would be interesting, because there aren't really that many. It's hard to think of a question that's going to be really, something new information. I don't know. Can you guys think of a question that should be asked that's not here?
I just think that Rob Maurer should directly get to ask at least 2 questions every earnings call.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree 100%.
that'd be
with
good.
that.
Maybe some YouTuber. Yeah, even
I don't.
Farzad gets one. Every YouTuber should get
Galley
one
gets
at least.
1 or 2.
They should just
Galley,
lock it
he was
down
the
to
OG
just-
YouTuber
Yeah.
asking questions. Yeah.
Honestly, let's just give it all to Galley. Galley can go and do it.
Yeah.
We'll all
Yeah.
give him our questions.
He
He did it before. He did a phenomenal job. What is the status on mass production of the Tesla Semi? How do you project it will affect the revenue at scale? I don't know.
That's a stupid question.
Is there a new affordable Tesla model coming soon? Yes, but they're not going to talk about it.
Did you read the deck?
Obviously not. Is it expected that Tesla will need to upgrade Hardware 3 vehicles? And if so, what is the timeline and expected impact to Tesla's CapEx? So this one's an interesting one. This was an interesting one within the context of DeepSeek, right? And what their breakthrough on inference. The answer to this question, we might have a little nugget.
We're continuing development. If we have to upgrade Hardware 3 eventually, we will. Like,
Can I give a
minimal capex? Issue. They have $36 billion on their balance sheet. What's it going to cost? A couple $100 million at the most to upgrade, the cars.
First of all, if we're at this point, who gives a F? Because guys, we did it. But
yeah,
I can I give a quick kudos to Hans. I think Hans has had because this is what I think as well.
It's
so I'm
James
biased here, but
It's not
I
me.
think Hans has had the clearest thought in this whole DeepSeek thing, and I couldn't agree more. I think I heard earlier because I was listening when I was driving back from a meeting. Hans was talking about how a lot of what DeepSeek has done, Tesla probably solved that or figured that out a long time ago because they've already been compute constrained. They've had all these constraints because the vehicle can only have so much compute, can only draw so much energy, etc. And Tesla's not one to go out and write papers or make big releases on every little innovation they have. I can almost see, and I thought that was such a great take, Hans. It's literally when everyone's talking about this is why I told you to be quiet the other day, Farzad. I was buying stock and you were poo-pooing on this. I'm like, shut up. I'm not done. Let it drop. I don't care. I was actually buying Leaps. So I'm like, shut up, Farzad. Let people freak out. But I thought it was such a great take, Hans. And you said it so eloquently. And I could not agree more that I think anything that DeepSeek did, I think Tesla team's probably in the background laughing like, oh my God, people are freaking out about this. We knew we were ahead, but the fact that they think this is such a big deal, we are so much further than what we thought.
Yeah, well, I mean, James Dalma was the one who made that point in our DMs. And so I was just running with, the OG, and I agree. And part of the thing is we don't really know a whole lot about how Grok was trained. It's like, wow, how did Grok 2 catch up so quickly on so small of an amount of compute? And we're about to find out Grok 3, like, the underlying concepts that were talked about with R1 are things that people have talked about wanting to do for a long time, and all the people who were GPU rich just didn't care enough to go try and do it. But the people who were not GPU rich, they probably were doing it, and we don't have visibility if they are not open sourcing what they're doing to know what success did they have.
And I would say, if you think about it, what happens if all these APIs get closed off? And what happens if all of a sudden DeepSeek can't get access to all these models? What do they do then?
Yeah.
Like you can, I think it's very disingenuous to talk about I know this isn't a DeepSeek conversation, but I think it's disingenuous to say, oh, we did it this amount more cost effective than what everyone else did. It's like BS. You got to factor in what it took
Everyone
to make the
else's
models
training.
that you're using.
Yeah, 100%.
to be a trainer against what you're doing. Like that. Like,
But
you're
again,
literally like cherry picking. You're like GM saying we're positive gross margins. It's like, what are we doing here?
But I think that the fundamental signal I'm getting for the whole DeepSeek thing is that inference can be way, way, way more efficient. Again, I think that is regardless of where Tesla is on that ramp, if they've done it already, if they're going to do it, the key takeaway here is that local compute, like super intelligence on a local machine is possible. Like that's what the trend is showing. That's my biggest takeaway, which implies incredible self-driving performance.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Tesla's already proven that out. Like, you can say whatever you want about any of these other ones. None of them have to be accurate every time in real time, the way Tesla FSD has to
100%.
be.
But
And
the fact you have a separate party
underappreciated.
confirming that, right? That a separate party is proving the same thing Tesla is on the path for. That's it introduces a level of confidence and confirmation where I think the broader public is going to wake up to what Tesla has done, right? Because as investors, we don't make money unless everyone else agrees. That's why I think this DeepSeek thing is like such a big deal. It's because it's waking up other people to going down the rabbit hole of the path of making inference extremely efficient and what that can open up from a capability perspective.
Honestly, I don't think it does. After seeing everybody freak out, I think I wish what you were saying was accurate, because that would mean that people are thinking deeply about these things. And like, I don't even think they're thinking about inference. I think they're just thinking like, oh shit, OpenAI and everyone's overspending on all these GPUs, and the Chinese is just for a lot lower cost. Like, we got to sell out of these because there's a new game in town, and that's it. I think that's the depth of their thinking.
Yeah, but there will be a significant larger percentage of people that are now being introduced to what it actually means. We're getting more people to think like we are. That's a net positive, in my opinion, regardless of how big of a thing it is. One of us. That's
One
right.
of us, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we got 6 minutes until the call. I have it.
I want to
loaded up.
actually add one piece of commentary to that conversation. Like, if you really think about it, the
Screw this
hardware 3 computer is less powerful than an NVIDIA 4090. And this is the computer that is doing all of the real-time inference for FSD. So the real question is, and this is questions that people like James Dama have been making, and like you have been making, Nick, like, why does it take us so much dang power to infer these LLMs when FSD can run on real-time local inference at the edge in your car? Like, you can have this computer that's not even a full 4090 GPU doing inference of this incredibly complicated real-world AI model. If that's possible, why does it take so much stinking power to run LLM inference? And the answer to that question is because no one has given enough of a care to I'm going to try not to get us demonetized here, to actually do the work of squishing it down to make it run well at the edge, other than random people who try and get it to run on MacBooks and stuff. Like, the the proof of concept was there. It's really the other way around. Like if Tesla can be so efficient with their inference, why has everything else sucked so bad?
Well, I would say it's also because Tesla did what you still have yet to see anyone else do, where they built AI 3, AI 4 for a very specific, idiosyncratic problem to solve. And so it's designed with intentionality versus anything NVIDIA does. No matter how much they market, like, oh, this is this type of compute, this is this type of compute, it's still there to be generalized because they want to get as many people, many use case to buy what they're selling.
Just so you guys know, Meta, the earnings call is going on right now. It's really rebounded. It's up big right now. And I'm scanning X for quotes from Zuckerberg on the call that the market's liking, that he's sort of reaffirming that they're spending like hundreds of billions on data centers that are put together would cover all of Manhattan. There's some comment about that. And AI, this is the year of AI assist. You know, they're just the market's loving what he's saying apparently on the call here, because it's up big.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what he's actually saying because I'm not listening, but I can tell you what he must say. He must say that DeepSeek is actually great for Meta. We're accelerating all of our plans now because of the new developments in AI that China has shown are possible.
Yeah. That's good. Tesla could follow the same path, and if Elon is very optimistic on the future of AI with Tesla and tech still, maybe the market responds the same, and the stock drifts higher, a lot higher during the call. We'll see.
Real quick, I do want to bring up our friend Herbert is almost at 100,000 subs. Wow. So I put his link in the comment section pinned. Go subscribe to him, and then come back or stay there. Whatever you want to do. But yeah, shout out to Herbert. He does incredible work. I mean, the dude's put in so much time into his content. Very admirable.
I was just on with him a couple hours ago.
Nice.
Yeah, he works hard. Yeah, he does a lot.
Yeah, he does a lot. Okay,
it's all
2 minutes.
Great work that Farzad, you and Herbert and everyone's doing is just spreading the good word of Tesla to the general public. It's all
the
really
good word of Tesla. We sound like a cult.
Good work. Yeah, no, you got to enlighten the public of Tesla. Since they won't market or advertise themselves, you got to do the grassroots effort, and you guys are doing a fantastic job.
Well, thank you, man. I think it's very easy to do because it's something that I'm personally passionate about. I work there. Oh my God. Here we go. All right, I'm guessing you heard that music, right? Okay.
Yeah. Upbeat music.
Yeah, that's. Hey, are we okay? Signal. Okay. So is that a sign of things to come? Number one. Okay. So the team should start here in a bit. We will bring you the earnings live as they happen. I will boost the audio so that it's louder. I have an extension that should do that this time. Hopefully it works. And we'll listen to the whole presentation, and then we'll also jot down some notes. We'll discuss the notes in post. And I'm really curious to see what comes out of this this call. I do think at this point I feel pretty optimistic. Any last words before the Tesla team comes out and potentially blows our mind? Going once.
I hope Nico's right. I hope we get the Hyundai, Kia. I think it would be Ford, but let's find out who is going to license. We know that that deal has been working or those discussions have been happening in the background for a while.
Just my prediction's not necessarily that they'll name someone, but that they'll say that they're in the final decision or deal making for FSD, something like that. We'll announce it whatever soon, something like that.
I think he's in the opening quickly. My prediction is in the opening statement by Elon, he's going to spend 2 minutes talking about this either the new Cybertruck tunnel with the cars driving by themselves to loading docks, or the video release of all the cars and how incredible this is of the cars driving themselves. He's going to spend a couple minutes talking about that, is my opinion.
That's such a lame prediction. Of course he's going to do that. Come on, man. Give us something more spicy. Come on. Dig it a little deeper.
He thinks Tesla will be the most valuable company within another year or two if they execute really well.
Okay. I'm gonna say he's going to give us a exact date of when unsupervised FSD is going to go to the fleet, which will be
Bullshit.
end of this.
Wow.
No way.
That's my prediction, bro. I didn't shit on your prediction. What the fuck? June. Like, it will be out by June of this year. Yo, I made a prediction that's spicy, and you're over here saying bullshit, like, immediately. What is that? I'm so supportive of your crazy predictions, and you're like throwing mine under the... What do you mean? How am I not? You're on the stream.
I'm on the what?
You're on the stream.
Yeah, because you threatened me in the background. I got scared.
That's racist, bro.
And
scared of my
downvoting
ears?
Farzad
Panic,
to the
bro.
bottom of the stream.
Oh,
Where I
no. Put
belong.
me back down there. I don't know what to do up here.
Carry
What
us.
do I do with my hands?
Do it. All
Oh,
right.
that's better.
We're still waiting for the team to come on. They're 1 minute late. Completely unacceptable. These are always so
Oh,
fun.
that's a good sign.
Is it a good sign?
A late.
It means they're
Elon?
busy getting crap done.
Yeah,
Mm.
there's always a bullish Elon.
Or they're busy trying to figure out what to say. You know?
Or Elon just called in and say, "Hey guys, you handle it. I'm not gonna be on there." And they're like, "Who's
Yeah.
taking it? Who's gonna start?"
Yeah. He's calling in from the White House, from his little cottage.
Oh, how
Yeah.
awesome would
Playing
that be?
games at
prediction.
Mar-a-Lago.
Trump says hi.
No way. Okay, I support it. There's no way that's going to happen, but I see, this is what a supportive friend looks like. Wow,
Don't
what a
support
great prediction.
Stupid ideas.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
You said it.
Oh, shout out to Hadouken. He said he met me at a trading card event a couple months ago. Must have been one of the Pokemon conferences I went to with my kid. Cool.
That's awesome.
Nice to see you,
That's dope.
Hadouken. Yeah.
Dude, I used
Look
to
at
have a
that.
OG hologram Charizard, and it got
What?
stolen. Yeah,
Oh,
I was a kid.
that's like worth 500,000 now. It's the OG,
Are you
the first
serious?
Thanks. Swear to
Yeah.
God. Yeah.
Dude, I used to have a Mew, a Mewtwo, a Charizard. I used to have all of them.
Yeah. I was obsessed.
Oh.
Ah,
Not anymore.
dang.
Yeah, I remember my first Pokemon starter pack. Like you got like the 50 cards in it. Like none of them
Yeah,
were
that was
good, but
sick.
like it gave you the ground floor. And I
Did you
had
ever
this
do,
Pokemon
Yu-Gi-Oh?
book. No, I never got
Never
into
did Yu-Gi-Oh.
No? Yu-Gi-Oh was fun.
I
I
did.
never got into Magic.
I did that originally in '94 when it came out. I had the original set and I sold it in like 2002 for like $700 and thought I made a lot of money. And now it's worth like $1 million if I just held it.
That's crazy.
Jeez.
Yeah, I could never get into Magic. It was like so, like for me, it was so complicated. I think honestly, it was more the language barrier more than anything. Because when I moved to the States, so that's when I started getting into like trading cards and stuff and like those card games. And Magic had too many words. I'm like, I don't know what I'm reading. You know, I'm like, English hard, Pokemon easy, symbols, numbers, go. You know, and Yu-Gi-Oh to an extent. So. All right, we're waiting for the team to come on. We still got some music in the background.
Something's happening.
Maybe they're waiting for, like you said, maybe they're waiting for Trump. Dude, it would be sick if.
Oh,
the
that'd
call
be
started
sick
with
if Trump was on the call.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
So, are
that'd
they
be
allowed to
wild.
do that as a public
Hello?
company? Are you allowed
Look
to
at that.
have?
Hey, you guys see my shirt, by the way? Look, Cybercab shirt. I got it.
Pretty sick.
Hold on, back up. Emmett, that was my prediction.
What?
That Trump would be on. That was my prediction.
Wait, he didn't
No,
see
that
your
one-
prediction.
That was your prediction? I
Yeah.
didn't listen to that. I was
Oh.
looking at the X post.
Oh, he legit
Sorry.
tried to steal your prediction. That's amazing.
Yeah. What the hell? Here we go.
Oh, man. All right,
Good
are we on?
afternoon, everyone, and
All right, here we
welcome to Tesla's fourth quarter 2024 Q&A webcast. My name is Travis Axelrod, the head of investor relations here at Tesla, and I am joined today by Elon Musk and Vaibhav Taneja and a number of other executives. Our Q4 results were announced at about 3 p.m. Central Time in the update deck we published at the same link as this webcast. During this call, we will discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. These comments are based on
How's
our
the volume?
predictions and expectations as of today. Actual events or results could differ materially due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those mentioned in our most recent filings with the SEC. During the question and answer portion of today's call, please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up. Please use the raise hand button to join the question queue. Before we jump into Q&A, Elon has some opening remarks. Elon?
Thank you. So in summary, in Q4, we set a record and delivered vehicles at an annualized rate of nearly 2 million a year. So congratulations to the Tesla team on excellent work achieving record production and deliveries. Model Y was the best-selling vehicle of any kind for 2024. That's worth noting. Not just the best electric vehicle, the best vehicle of any kind on Earth, number one, was Model Y. We're staying focused on maximizing volumes and obviously doubling down, or I don't know what. Really, I was going to say doubling down on autonomy, but really it's like autonomy is like 10xing things, frankly. Doubling is not even enough. We made many critical investments in 2024 in manufacturing AI and robotics that will bear immense fruit in the future. Immense. Like it's, in fact, to such a scale that it is difficult to comprehend. And I've said this before, and I'll stand by it. I see a path. I'm not saying it's an easy path, but I see a path to Tesla being the most valuable company in the world by far. Not even close. Like
Called it.
maybe several times more than. I mean, there is a path where Tesla is worth more than the next top 5 companies combined. There's a path to that. I mean, I think it's like an incredibly, it's like a difficult path, but it is an achievable path. So, and that is overwhelmingly
I want to see the
due
comp
to
package.
autonomous vehicles and autonomous humanoid robots. So, our focus is actually building towards that, and that's what we're laying the ground. We laid the groundwork for that in 2024. We'll continue to lay the groundwork for that in 2025. In fact, more than lay the groundwork, actually, so we'd be building the structure. We're building the manufacturing lines, and like I'd like setting up for what I think will be an epic 2026 and a ridiculous 27 and 28. Ridiculously good. That is my prediction. And as yet, very few people understand the value of full self-driving and our ability to monetize the fleet. I've some of these things I've said for quite a long time, and I know people have said, well, Elon's the boy who cried wolf like several times, but I'm telling you, there's a damn wolf this time, and you can drive it. In fact, it can drive you. It's a self-driving wolf. For a lot of people, their experience of Tesla autonomy is like, if it's even a year old, if it's even 2 years old, it's like meeting someone when they're like a toddler and thinking that they're going to be a toddler forever. But obviously they're not going to be a toddler forever. They grow up. But if their last experience was like, oh, FSD was a toddler, it's like, well, it's grown up now. Have you seen it? It's like walks and talks. And that's really what we've got. And it's difficult for people to understand this because human intuition is linear, as opposed to what we're seeing is exponential progress. So that's why my number one recommendation for anyone who doubts is simply try it. Have you tried it? When's the last time you tried it? And the only people who are skeptical are those who have not tried it. So, a passenger car typically has only about 10 hours of utility per week out of 168. A very small percentage. Once that car is autonomous, my rough estimate is that it is in use for at least a third of the hours of the week. So call it 50, maybe 55 hours of the week. And it can be used for both cargo delivery and people delivery. So even, let's say, people are asleep, but you can deliver packages in the middle of the night or resupply restaurants or whatever the case may be, whatever people need at all hours of the day or night. That same asset, the thing that is these things that already exist with no incremental cost change, just a software update, now have 5 times or more the utility than they currently have. I think this will be the largest asset value increase in human history. Maybe there's something bigger, but I just don't know what it is. And so people who look in the rearview mirror are looking for past precedent, except I don't think there is one. So, but you know, but like the reality of autonomy is upon us. And I repeat my advice: try driving the car, or let it drive you. So now it works very well in the US, but of course it will over time work just as well everywhere else. Yeah. So we're working hard to grow our annual volumes. Our constraint this year, our current constraint is battery packs this year, but we're working on addressing that constraint. And I think we will make progress on addressing that constraint. And then things are really going to go ballistic next year, and really ballistic in 27 and 28. So, yeah. So a bit more on full self-driving. Our Q4 vehicle safety report shows continued year-over-year improvement in safety for vehicles. So the safety numbers, if somebody has supervised full self-driving turned on or not, the safety differences are gigantic. And people have seen the immense improvement with version 13 and with incremental versions in version 13. And then version 14 is going to be yet another step beyond that is very significant. We launched the Cortex training cluster at Gigafactory Austin, which was a significant contributor to FSD advancement. And we continue to invest in training infrastructure at our Texas headquarters. So the training needs for Optimus humanoid robot are probably at least ultimately 10x what's needed for the car, at least to get to the full range of useful roles. You can say, like, how many different roles are there for a humanoid robot versus a car? A humanoid robot has probably 1,000 times more uses and more complex things than in a car. That doesn't mean the training scales by 1,000, but it's probably 10x. Now you can do this progressively, so it doesn't mean like Tesla's going to spend like $500 billion in training compute, because we will obviously train the Optimus to do enough tasks to match the output of Optimus robots. And obviously the cost of training is dropping dramatically with time. So, but it is like it is one of those things where I think long-term Optimus will be. Optimus has the potential to be north of $10 trillion in revenue. Like it's really bananas. So that you can obviously afford a lot of training compute in that situation. In fact, even $500 billion of training compute in that situation would be quite a good deal. Yeah. The future is going to be incredibly different from the past, that's for sure. We live at this unbelievable inflection point in human history. So, yeah. So, the proof is in the pudding. So we're going to be launching unsupervised full self-driving as a paid service in Austin in June. So, I've talked with the team. We feel confident in being able to do an initial launch of unsupervised, no one in the car, full self-driving in Austin in June. We already have Teslas operating autonomously unsupervised full self-driving at our factory in Fremont, and we'll soon be doing that at our factory in Texas. So thousands of cars every day are driving with no one in them at our Fremont factory in California. They will soon be doing that in Austin and then elsewhere in the world at the rest of our factories, which is pretty cool. And the cars aren't just driving to exactly the same spot, because obviously it all want to collide at the same spot. The cars are actually programmed with what lane they need to park into to be picked up for delivery. So they drive from the factory end of line to their destination parking spot, and to be picked up for delivery to customers.
Stock is running.
And they're doing this reliably every day, thousands of times a day. It's pretty cool. Like I said, the Teslas will be in the wild with no one in them in June in Austin. So what I'm saying is, this is not some far off mythical situation. It's literally, 5-6 months away, 5 months away, type of thing. And while we're putting our toe in the water gently at first, just to make sure everything's cool, our solution is a generalized AI solution. It does not require high precision maps of a locality. So we just want to be cautious. It's not that it doesn't work beyond Austin. In fact, it does. We just want to put a toe in the water, make sure everything is okay, then put a few more toes in the water, then put a foot in the water, with safety of the general public and those in the car as our top priority. With regard to Optimus, obviously I'm making these revenue predictions that sound absolutely insane. I realize that, but they are. I think they will prove to be accurate. Yeah. Now with Optimus, there's a lot of uncertainty on the exact timing, because it's not like a train arriving at the station for Optimus. We are designing the train and the station and in real time while also building the tracks. and so they're like, why didn't the train arrive exactly at 12:05? I'm like, we're literally designing the train and the tracks in the station in real time while you're like, how can we predict this thing with absolute precision? It's impossible. The normal internal plan calls for roughly 10,000 Optimus robots to be built this year. Will we succeed in building 10,000 exactly by the end of December this year? Probably not. But will we succeed in making several thousand? Yes, I think we will. Will those several thousand Optimus robots be doing useful things by the end of the year? Yes, I'm confident they will do useful things. Those Optimus in use at the Tesla factories, production design 1, will inform what we change for production design 2, which we expect to launch next year. And our goal is to ramp Optimus production faster than maybe anything's ever been ramped. Meaning, like, aspirationally, an order of magnitude ramp per year. Now, if we aspire to an order of magnitude ramp per year, perhaps we only end up with a half order of magnitude per year. But that's the kind of growth that we're talking about. It doesn't take very many years before we're making 100 million of these things a year. If you go up by, let's say, a factor, by 5x per year.
It's insane.
Insane. Not 50%, 500%. So,
On fire, this guy right now.
big growth numbers. Yeah. But we do need to, this is an entirely new supply chain. It's entirely new technology. There's nothing off the shelf to use. We tried desperately with Optimus to use any existing motors, any actuators, sensors. Nothing worked for a humanoid robot at any price. We had to design everything from physics first principles to work for a humanoid robot, and with the most sophisticated hand that has ever been made before, by far. And Optimus will be able to play the piano. and be able to thread a needle. I mean, this is the level of precision no one has been able to achieve. And so it's really something special.
Stocks at day high.
So, yeah. So, and my prediction long term is that Optimus will be overwhelmingly the value of the company. Regarding energy, back to Earth. It was Elon. Can you come back here for a minute? Okay, back to Earth. Energy storage is a big deal, and will become. It's already super important. Will become incredibly important in the future, and it is something that enables far greater energy output to the grid than is currently possible, because the grids are the vast majority of the grid has no energy storage capability, so they have to design the power plants for very high peaks, and assuming that there's no energy storage. Once you have grid energy storage and home-based energy storage, the actual total energy output per year of the grid is dramatically greater than people think. Maybe it's at least double. This will drive the demand of stationary battery packs, and especially the grid scale ones, to insane, basically as much demand as we could possibly make. We have our second factory, which is in Shanghai, that's starting operation, and we're building a third factory. So we're trying to ramp output of stationary battery storage as quickly as possible. Now, there is a challenge here where we have to be careful that we're not robbing from one pocket to take to another pocket, because for a given gigawatt hours per year of cell output, we have to say, does it go into stationary applications or mobile applications? It can't go into both. So we have to make that trade-off. Yeah. But overall, the demand for total gigawatt hours of batteries, whether mobile or stationary, that will grow in a very, very big way over time. So, in conclusion, 2025 really is a pivotal year for Tesla. And when people look back on 2025 and the launch of unsupervised full self-driving, true real-world AI that actually works, I think they may regard it as the biggest year in Tesla history, maybe even bigger than our first car, the Roadster, or the Model S, or the Model 3, or Model Y. In fact, I think it probably will be viewed 25 as maybe the most important year in Tesla's history. There is no company in the world that is as good at real-world AI as Tesla. I don't even know who's in second place. Like, you say, who's in second place for real-world AI? I would need a very big telescope to see them. That's how far behind they are. All right.
Great. Thank you very much, Elon. And Vaibhav has some opening remarks as well.
Yeah, I'll talk about things on Earth. As Elon mentioned, in Q4, we set records in vehicle deliveries and energy storage deployments in an uncertain macro environment. We were able to grow auto and energy storage volumes both sequentially and on a year-on-year basis. For this, I would like to thank the efforts of everyone at Tesla to make this a reality, and our customers who helped us achieve this feat. Coming into the fourth quarter, our focus was to reduce inventory levels in the automotive business, and we accomplished that by ending the quarter with the lowest finished good inventory in the last 2 years. This was a result of offering not only attractive financing options, but also other discounts and programs which impacted ASPs. While we saw volume growth in almost all regions that we operate in, we hit a new record for deliveries in the Greater China market. This is an encouraging trend since we grew volume in a highly competitive BEV market. On the automotive margin front, we saw a quarter-over-quarter decline, primarily due to lower ASPs and due to the recognition of FSD-related revenue in Q3 from feature releases. Our journey on cost reduction continues, and we were able to get our overall cost per car down below $35,000, driven primarily by material costs. This was despite increased depreciation and other costs as we prepare for the transition to the new Model Y, for which we recently started taking orders in all markets. All our factories will start producing the new Model Y next month. While we feel confident in our team's abilities to ramp production quickly, note that it is an unprecedented change, and we're not aware of anybody else taking the best-selling car on the planet and updating all factories at the same time. This changeover will result in several weeks of lost production in the quarter. As a result, margins will be impacted due to idle capacity and other ramp-related costs, as is common in any launch, but will be overcome as production is ramped. We will be introducing several new products throughout 2025. We are still on track to launch a more affordable model in the first half of 2025, and we'll continue to expand our lineup from there. On a dollar-for-dollar basis, we believe we have the most compelling lineup today compared to the industry, and it will continue to get better from here. As always, all our products come with the best software in the industry, autonomy features, and capable of full autonomy in the future. And despite the premium experience, the total cost of ownership is close to mass market, less premium competitors. Energy storage deployments reached an all-time high in Q4 and resulted in, but declined sequentially. This was a result of higher, growth came from Megapack and Powerwall. Both businesses continue to be supply constrained, and like Elon mentioned, we're trying to ramp up production with Mega Factory Shanghai coming online this quarter onwards. While quarterly deployments will likely continue to fluctuate sequentially, we expect at least 50% growth in deployments year over year in 2025. Gross profit and margins in the service and other business was up year over year, but declined sequentially. This was the result of higher service center costs and lower profit from used car business. The businesses within service and other primarily support our new car business, especially through their impact on total cost of ownership. Therefore, while we manage them to be positive on a GAAP basis, we do not expect similar margins as the rest of the business. There's a lot of uncertainty around tariffs. Over the years, we've tried to localize our supply chain in every market, but we are still very reliant on parts from across the world for all our businesses. Therefore, the imposition of tariffs, which is very likely, and any reciprocity will have an impact on our business and profitability. Our operating expenses grew both year over year and sequentially. The biggest driver of the increase was R&D as we continue to invest in AI-related initiatives. The remaining increase came from growth in our sales capabilities and marketing efforts from referral program. For 2025, we expect operating expenses to increase to support our growth initiatives. It is important to point out that the net income in Q4 was impacted by a $600 million mark-to-market benefit from Bitcoin due to the adoption of a new accounting standard for digital assets, whereby we'll take mark-to-market adjustments through other income every reporting period going forward. Our free cash flow for the quarter was $2 billion, and despite CapEx increase of over $2.4 billion in 2024, we were able to generate free cash flow of $3.6 billion for the year. CapEx efficiency is something we are extremely focused on. While we have invested in AI-related initiatives, we have done so in a very targeted manner to utilize this spend to get immediate benefits. The build-out of Cortex was accelerated because of the actually helped accelerate the rollout of FSD version 13. Accumulative AI-related CapEx, including infrastructure, so far has been approximately $5 billion. And for 2025, we expect our CapEx to be flat on a year-over-year basis. In conclusion, like Elon said, 2025 is going to be a pivotal year for Tesla. There are a lot of investments which we have made and will continue to make in this coming year, which will set the pace for the next phase of growth. And it is something which now I'm getting out of Earth. It is going to be out of this world. And we just are putting the right foundation. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much, Vaibhav. Now we will move over to investor questions, and we'll start with say.com. The first question is unsupervised FSD still planned to be released in Texas and California this year? What hurdles still exist to make that happen? You addressed the Texas piece, I think, already. So
yeah, I'm confident that we will release unsupervised FSD in California this year as well. Yeah. In fact, I think we will most likely release unsupervised FSD in many regions of the country, of the US, by the end of this year. Like I said, we're just putting a toe in the water, then a few toes, then a foot, then leg, then make sure everything's cool. And we're looking for a safety level that is significantly above the average human driver. So it's not anywhere like much safer, not like a little bit safer than human, way safer than human. So the standard has to be very high, because the moment there's any kind of accident with an autonomous car, this immediately gets worldwide headlines, even though about 40,000 people die every year in car accidents in the US, and most of them don't even get a mention anywhere. But if somebody scrapes a shin with an autonomous car, it's headline news.
We want to avoid that.
Yeah. So it's really the only thing holding us back is an excess of caution. But people can certainly get a feel for how well the car would perform as unsupervised FSD by simply allowing the car to drive you around your city and see how many times did you have to intervene, not where you wanted to intervene or were a little concerned, but how many times did you have to intervene for definite safety reasons. And you will find that is currently very rare, and over time, almost never.
Great. Thank you very much. The next question is, are there any discussions with other auto companies about licensing FSD?
Yes. What we're seeing is, at this point, significant interest from a number of major car companies about licensing Tesla full self-driving technology. What we've generally said is the best way to know what to do is take one of our cars apart, and then you can see where the placement of the cameras are, what the thermal needs are of the Tesla AI inference computer. That's better than us, sending some CAD drawings. And then we're only going to entertain situations where the volume would be very high. Otherwise, it is not worth the complexity. And we will not burden our engineering team with laborious discussions with other engineering teams until we obviously have unsupervised full self-driving working throughout the United States. I think the interest level from other manufacturers to license FSD will be extremely high once it is obvious that unless you have FSD, you're dead.
Yeah. Great. Thank you very much. The next question is Optimus now mostly design locked for 2025 production?
Optimus is not design locked. So when I say we're designing the train as it's going to, we're redesigning the train as it's going down the tracks while redesigning the tracks and the train stations.
Yeah, we've already answered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's rapidly evolving. It's rapidly evolving in a good direction. It's pretty damn amazing, actually. The team's doing a fantastic job. We really have by far the best team of humanoid robotics engineers in the world. And we also have all the other ingredients necessary, because you need a great battery pack, you need great power electronics, you need great charging capability, you need great communications, great to have Wi-Fi and cellular connectivity. And of course, you need real-world AI, and then the ability to scale that production to huge levels. So you have to design for manufacturing. The things what other companies are missing is they're missing the real-world AI, and they're missing the ability to scale manufacturing to millions of units a year.
I think that is an underappreciated thing, that industrialization of design is a whole different thing than making a design.
Yeah, prototypes are trivial, basically. Prototypes are easy, production is hard. I've said that for many years. The problem is that there's like those who've never been involved in production or manufacturing somehow think that once you come up with some eureka design that you magically can make 1 million units a year. And this is totally false. There needs to be some Hollywood story or where they show actually the problem is manufacturing.
What they can,
I've never even heard of one. It just doesn't fit the narrative. The Hollywood thing is like, it's like some lone inventor in a garage goes eureka, and suddenly it files a patent, and suddenly there's millions of units. But like, listen, guys, we're missing really 99% of the story. 1% is, that old saying, 1%, like a product is 1% inspiration, 99% perspiration. The Hollywood shows you the 1% inspiration but forgets about the 99% perspiration of actually figuring out how to make that initial prototype manufacturable and then manufactured at high volume such that the product is reliable, low cost, consistent, doesn't break down all the time. And that is 100 times harder, at least, than the prototype.
Then you have to get it there, deliver it back. Yeah,
you're going to meet all these regulations, and there's a zillion regulators around the world. It's very difficult.
Great, thank you. The next question is also Optimus related. When will Tesla start selling Optimus, and what will the price be?
Well, it may for this year we expect to just close the loop with Optimus being used internally at Tesla, because we obviously can easily use several thousand humanoid robots at Tesla for like the most boring, annoying tasks in the factory, like the tasks nobody wants to do, where we have to like beg people to do this task, and then it's like the robot's totally happy to do the boring, dangerous, repetitive task that no humans want to do. And that's also actually some of the easiest use cases for us to have Optimus do things like like load the hopper, like for like say in body line, if you're like transporting pieces of sheet metal to the robot, which is already the robot welding line for the body, and you just have to nonstop take things out of a from one fixture to another fixture. And it's a very boring job. That's the kind of thing what Optimus could do.
The guy who runs around and dumps all the weld studs in the bins.
Yeah, there's a ton of boring jobs, tedious jobs, dangerous, slightly dangerous jobs that's perfect for Optimus. So we expect to use Optimus for those tasks at our factories, and that'll help us close the loop for improvement this year. It's really with production version 2, which I think launches sometime next year. I'd like it to be the beginning of next year, but maybe it's more like the middle of next year. And we have to just with a production line that is designed for on the order of 10,000 units a month versus 1,000 units a month. So like when you design a unit when you design a production line for 1,000 units a month, it takes you a while to actually reach anywhere close to 1,000 units a month. When you design, and for any given production output, it takes you a while to actually reach its potential. But the current line that we're designing is for roughly 1,000 units a month of Optimus robots. The next line would be for 10,000 units a month. The line after that would be for 100,000 units a month. And I think probably with version 2, that is a very rough guess, because there's so much uncertainty here. Very rough guess that we start delivering Optimus robots to companies that are outside of Tesla in maybe the second half of next year, something like that. But like, so this is such an exponential ramp that it'll go from no one's receiving humanoid robots to these things like coming out like crazy.
So we can't build enough.
Well, we're always going to be in the we can't build enough situation. Demand will not be a problem, even at a high price. and then as I said, like once we're at a steady state of above 1 million units a year, I think the production, I'm confident at 1 million units a year that the production cost of Optimus will be less than $20,000. If you compare the complexity of Optimus to the complexity of a car, so just the total mass and complexity of Optimus is much less than a car. So I would expect that at similar volumes to, say, the Model Y, which is over 1 million units a year, that you'd see Optimus be, I don't know, half the cost, or something like that. What the price of Optimus is a different matter. The price of Optimus will be set by the market demand.
Great. Thank you very much. The next question is, what is the status on mass production of the Tesla Semi, and how will it impact revenue at scale?
I can take that one. So we just closed up the Semi factory roof and walls last week in Reno. It's ahead of schedule, which is great. With the weather in Reno, you never know what's going to happen. But we're prepping for mechanical installation of all the equipment in the coming months. The first builds of the high volume Semi design will come late this year in 2025 and begin ramping early in 2026. But as we've said before, the Semi is a TCO no-brainer. Like it's really similar to the Optimus. It's going to be, set by how much people pay, and then it as the total cost of ownership, it's much cheaper than any other transportation you can have. So at that point, when we're at scale, it will meaningfully contribute to Tesla's revenue. Well, I think it's difficult to say how much. Anything you want to add, Elon?
No, I mean, I do think that Tesla Semi, again, with autonomy, is going to be incredibly valuable. That we actually have a shortage of truck drivers in America. That's one of the limiting factors on transport. People are human, so they get tired, and sometimes, there's. I have a lot of respect for truck drivers because it's a tough job. But because it's a tough job, there's not that many people that want to do it. And there's actually fewer, I believe, if my understanding is correct, there are fewer people entering truck driving as a profession than are leaving it.
Yes.
So when you think, yeah, exactly. So when you consider, okay, there's more people leaving truck driving as a profession than entering it, well, we're going to have a real logistics problem as time goes by. So autonomy will be very important to meet that need. So like, yeah, it'll I don't know. It's a several billion a year opportunity, which I don't know in this context, is that these days does several billion a year matter? I think it does. Not nothing. It's probably, it's probably like a 10 billion a year thing. Yeah, it's $1 billion a month at some point, probably. But it's all this is going to pale in comparison to Optimus. So, yeah, $1 billion a month it's a lot, but it's not. It's going to be like 1% of Optimus or something.
Great. Thank you very much. We already covered the next question in opening remarks. So moving on, is it expected that Tesla will need to upgrade Hardware 3 vehicles? And if so, what is the timeline and expected impact to Tesla's CapEx? I think they're referring to cost there.
They're really asking the tough questions, aren't they?
I guess we haven't stopped working on Hardware 3 yet. We are still making software releases. We released the 12.6 release recently, which was like a baby V13, but it's a significant improvement compared to what they had previously. And people are still finding ways to distill larger models into smaller models. So we're not giving up on Hardware 3. We're still working on it. Just the releases will trail the Hardware 4 releases.
They've totally given
Thanks,
up.
Joe.
Yeah. I mean, I think the honest answer is that we're going to have to upgrade people's Hardware 3 computer for those that have bought full self-driving. And that is the honest answer. And that's going to be painful and difficult, but we'll get it done.
Fantastic.
Now I'm kind of glad that not that many people bought the FSD package.
Right, thanks, Elon. The next question. Has Tesla given up on ramping their solar roof product?
No,
Yeah.
we're sorry, Mike. Oh, Mike, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can take it. Yeah, solar roof remains a core part of the residential product portfolio, and it still remains where it draws a lot of customer interest despite it being premium products. We've worked on multiple iterations of engineering to make the product easier to install and distribute by reducing the SKU count. And more recently, rather than direct installation, we are focused on growth through our nationwide network of certified installers. And many of those, they've been installing solar roof with us for many years.
Yeah, that's actually turned out to be a much better way for is just let the roof just supply product to the roofing industry, and especially when somebody's is getting a new roof anyway, or building a house from scratch. Obviously, this is by far the most efficient time to put in a solar roof, as opposed to putting a solar roof on a house where the roof still has 20 years of life. That's not economically sensible, but if it's a new house or the roof needs to be replaced anyway, then solar roof can make a lot of sense. And it is a premium product. It's like it's kind of like Model S, Model X or something. It's like it's a premium product. I think it looks really cool. And your house generates electricity, and if you combine it with the Tesla Powerwall battery, then you can be self-sufficient. So even if the grid turns off for several days, your house still works, and your roof looks awesome. So it's like, I recommend anyone who can afford it, get the Tesla solar roof and the Powerwall. Your family's life might depend on it.
Get enough.
And just in terms of convenience, your kids are not going to yell at you because their computers don't work because the power went out and you can't charge your phone.
True story.
Actually happens. Yeah. You literally can't even call anyone because your phone's out of juice.
Thank you very much. The next question was covered in opening remarks, so we will skip that. And the last question from say.com, what technical breakthroughs will define V14 of FSD, given that V13 already covered photon to control?
Well, we've gone a hell of a lot further than photons to output. We've been in sort of the nothing but nets situation, nothing but neural nets from photons to controls for a while now. We're just improving the neural nets. I guess we could get into some of the technical details to some degree. I have to say, I continue to be amazed by just how effective autoregressive transformers are at solving a wide range of problems. I mean, Ashok, is there anything you'd like to add there without giving away the sort of family secrets?
I mean, except for things we put on X already. Yeah, so continuing to scale the model size a lot. We scale a bunch in V13, but then there's still room to grow. So we're going to continue to scale the model size. We're going to increase the context length even more. The memory is sort of like limited right now. We want to increase the amount of memory it holds, like to even minutes of context for driving. We're going to add audio to handle emergency vehicles better. Add like data of the tricky corner cases that we get from the entire fleet, any interventions or any kind of user intervention. We just add that to the data set. So scaling in basically every axis, like training compute, data set size, model context, and also all the reinforcement learning objectives.
Great. Alrighty. With that, we will move over to analyst questions. So just as a reminder, you will need to unmute yourself to ask your question. The first question will be coming from Daniel Roska from Bernstein. Daniel, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, good evening, everybody. It's Daniel from Bernstein. Elon, Tesla's share price clearly already includes quite a few of the anticipated benefits you talked about today, yet realizing what you call kind of difficult but achievable will take some time. What are you pushing the Tesla executive team to do differently now to accelerate the innovation in order to realize the value you described for the company?
Well, I mean, we're working on perfecting real-world AI and making rapid progress week over week, if not month, certainly month over month, but often week over week. I spend a lot of time with the Tesla AI team and the Tesla Optimus team. I mean, I go where the problem is essentially. Like, not, if something's, this is, unfortunate. Sometimes I don't talk to a Tesla executive and like, hey, we don't see you very often. I'm like, that's because your stuff is working awesome. Your stuff is working really great. Unfortunately, I don't see them very often because I go where the problem is. So, not where the problem is. What's the greatest challenge that lies ahead? So, obviously, there are many challenges with Optimus. It's a hard problem to solve. Many challenges with vehicle autonomy, but we're making rapid progress in both. Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
sounds like you've got a conviction that the pieces you need, right, are in place.
Yeah.
If we kind of go 12 months down the line and we look back, and you had some of those, but maybe what are the kind of 2 or 3 KPIs that would tell you that you're on track and it's going the right way, and the pieces you've put in place are the right pieces, right? That's kind of what I'm looking for. Or other way around, where would it be off most likely in your mind that you say, hey, I need to go back there and I need to change something to enable the team better?
Well, I mean, I think the predictions that I'm making here are going to be pretty accurate. And it's worth noting, because sometimes people say, "Oh, Elon's always late." Well, actually, no. The problem is that the media reports on when I'm late, but never reports on when I'm early. So sure, I'm optimistic, but I'm not that optimistic. There are many cases in the past where we've been early. Such as completion of the Shanghai factory, or in fact, factory completion has generally been ahead of schedule, not behind. Yeah. But I like I said, I'm very confident we'll have released unsupervised full self-driving, fully autonomous Teslas in Austin and several other cities in America by the end of this year. That's probably everywhere in America next year, and everywhere in North America at least. I think in terms of next year, our constraint, I think, is likely to be just regulatory. Like Europe really has, for example, Europe is a layer cake of regulations and bureaucracy, which that really needs to be addressed. There's this joke like America innovates, Europe regulates. It's like, guys, there's too many refs on the field. I mean, for example, for us just to release supervised full self-driving in Europe, even though it works really well, we have to go through a mountain of paperwork with the Netherlands, which is our primary regulatory authority. Then the Netherlands presents this to the EU in, I think, May. And there's like this big EU country committee. We expect it to be approved at that time, but there's nothing we can do to make that May happen sooner. In fact, nobody seems to do. I guess all the countries would have to somehow vote in some way to have it happen sooner than May. Otherwise, it won't happen sooner than May. So then when is unsupervised FSD allowed in Europe? I'm like, May next year, maybe? I don't know. Well, I have to find out when the EU is meeting again. Sometimes it's a 12-month cadence, sometimes a 6-month cadence. Then China, which is also a gigantic market, we do have some challenges because they won't currently allow us to transfer training video outside of China. And then the US government won't let us do training in China. So we're in a bit of a bind there. So like a bit of a quandary. So what we're solving that is by literally looking at videos of streets in China that are available on the internet to understand, and then feeding that into our video training so that publicly available video of street signs and traffic rules in China can be used for training, and then also putting it in we've got a very accurate simulator, and so it will train using sim for bus lanes in China. Like bus lanes in China, by the way, one of our the biggest challenges in making FSD work in China is the bus lanes are very complicated. And there's like literally like hours of the day that you're allowed to be there and not be there. And then if you accidentally go in that bus lane at the wrong time, you get an automatic ticket instantly. So it's kind of a big deal, bus lanes in China. So we have to put that into our simulator, train on that. The car has to know what time of day it is, read the sign. Anyway, we'll get this solved. But I think we'll have unsupervised FSD in almost every market this year, limited simply by regulatory issues, not technical capability. And then unsupervised FSD in the US this year, in many cities, but nationwide next year. And hopefully we have unsupervised FSD in most countries by the end of next year. That's my prediction with best data that I have right now.
Great. Thank you very much. The next question will come from Adam Jonas at Morgan Stanley. Adam, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Thanks, everybody. So, Elon, you've said in the past about LiDAR, that for AVs at least, that LiDAR is a crutch, a fool's errand. I think you even told me once, even if it was free, you'd say you wouldn't use it. You still feel that way?
Yes.
Care to elaborate, or just I have another question?
Shout out Ross Gerber.
Look, we even have a radar in the car and we turned it off.
I got it. All right. So you're still, yeah. People think you're crazy, but for not.
Look, obviously humans drive without shooting lasers out of their eyes. I mean, unless you're Superman, but like humans drive just with passive visual. Humans drive with eyes and a neural net and a brain neural net. So sort of biological, so the digital equivalent of eyes and a brain are cameras and digital neural nets, or AI. So that's the entire road system was designed for passive optical neural nets. That's how the whole road system was not designed, and what everyone is expecting that's how we expect other cars to behave. So therefore, that is very obviously the solution for full self-driving as a generalized solution for full self-driving, as opposed to the very specific, neighborhood by neighborhood solution, which is very difficult to maintain, which is what our competitors are doing.
I got you.
Yeah.
I mean, LiDAR doesn't work in the fog, guys.
LiDAR has a lot of issues. Like I don't have some like the SpaceX Dragon docks with the space station using LiDAR, that a program that I personally spearheaded. I don't have some fundamental
Waymo's dead.
Bizarre dislike of LiDAR. It's simply the wrong solution for driving cars on roads.
Right. You understand how LiDAR works. I get it.
Literally designed and built our own red LiDAR. I oversaw the project, the engineering of the thing. It was my decision to use LiDAR on Dragon, and I oversaw that engineering project directly. And so I'm like, we literally designed and made a LiDAR to dock with the space station. If I thought it was the right solution for cars, I would do that, but it isn't.
Got you. All right. Just as a follow-up, at CES, you said, I'm paraphrasing, that any AI will be able to do any cognitive task not involving atoms within the next 3 or 4 years. And that would imply, Elon, that before the end of President Trump's term in office, that AI would be moving pretty damn quickly into the physical world, into the world of photons and atoms. And I'm thinking, given your work with the administration, how confident are you that the U.S. will have the manufacturing and the supply base to make good on your excitement about physical AI by the by latter this decade? We seem pretty vulnerable right now. I've seen you tweeting about, Xing, excuse me, Elon, about China. Freudian slip, about China making more drones in a day than the U.S. makes in a year, and all the entanglement of the supply. So what has to happen in the U.S. to make that possible? What's your message, and what can you do about it, and what's relevant for Tesla shareholders?
Elon
Thanks,
just
Elon.
replied to my tweet telling him to get off Twitter.
At Tesla, obviously, we think manufacturing is cool. SpaceX, we think manufacturing is cool. But in general, for talented Americans, they need to beyond my companies, beyond me, and the people and my teams here. In general, we need to make manufacturing cool again in America. And like, I honestly think people should move from like law and finance into manufacturing. That's my honest opinion. We have too much. This is both a compliment and a criticism. We have too much talent in law and finance in America, and there should be more of that talent in manufacturing. Yeah. I mean, at Tesla, we're making sure that we can continue to manufacture our stuff, even in the event of geopolitical tensions rising to very high levels.
Great. Thank you very much. The next question will come from Pierre Farragut at New Street. Pierre, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Hey, thanks guys for taking the question. So I have a question, Elon, on deploying like robotaxis in June in Austin. So that's great news. And I was wondering if it means I can, drive down to Austin in June and try unsupervised by myself with my car.
Yeah.
Or it's going to be more like your fleet testing it.
It'll be our fleet testing it. So that's our sort of toe in the water. We'll be scrutinizing it very carefully, make sure it's not something we missed. But it will be, autonomous ride hailing for money in Austin in June, and then as swiftly as possible.
And it will
in
have
America,
a
and
driver
I expect us to be
in the driver's
doing unsupervised activity with our internal fleet in several cities by the end of the year. Then it's probably next year when people are able to add or subtract their car from the fleet. So, kind of like Airbnb, where you can sort of add or subtract your house or your guest room. You can say like add it to the Airbnb inventory or don't add it to the Airbnb inventory. If you're traveling for a month, you can, or whatever the case may be, you can let other people use your house, and then you can. Anyway, so that's probably next year because we want to just make sure we've ironed out any kinks. And a lot of it is, it's not like we're not splitting the atom here. It's just a bunch of work that needs to be done to make sure the whole thing works efficiently, that people can order the car. It comes, it's the right spot, does exactly the right thing. All the payment systems work. The billing works.
Okay. But then, so my follow-up question would be, I have a Tesla, I have FSD, and I have to keep my eyes on the road all the time. It's super boring because I don't really need to intervene anymore. Yeah. And but the really annoying thing is that I can't just check my emails. And so, are you working also on introducing, like a kind of like free unsupervised where I could be eyes off and I would be able to check my email and would just need to, with a 5-second notice, have to go back and keep an eye on what's happening? Or is that something you're working on as well? Because it feels so close with V13 that I wonder if it's something we could expect for this year. It's a very selfish question I ask for myself, to be honest.
Yes. We need to be very confident that the probability of injury is low before we allow people to check their email and text messages. In fact, right now we're in this perverse situation, which you may have encountered yourself, where people will actually go to manual driving to check their text messages.
Yep.
So the computer doesn't yell at them, and then put it back on autonomous mode once they've checked the text messages, which is obviously less safe, significantly less safe than just letting people check their text once in a while without the computer yelling at them.
At least he knows.
But we just want to be cautious about that at the advent of that. We're in this sort of, neither here nor there but just for, I mean, I think it's not for many months longer. But yeah, we're in this perverse situation where people will turn the car off autopilot so the computer doesn't yell at them, check the text messages while steering the car with their knee and not looking out the window.
And there, like Elon said, right? If you have any problems with the system, and when people are not looking, that is a dangerous thing. And that's what we're trying to avoid. It's the capability is getting there, but it's not fully there. That's why he was using the term of dipping our toe in the water, then getting comfortable, then keep going.
Anyway, it's not far off. But we want to prove to ourselves, prove to ourselves, and obviously prove to regulators that the car is unequivocally safer in autonomous mode than not. And we're not far off. So this is like low single-digit months.
To the safety aspect, we did publish our vehicle safety report today, and in Q4 was one crash for every 5.9 million miles driven, compared to a crash every 700,000 miles without autopilot.
Right. So we're getting to the point where it's an order of magnitude.
Yeah, it's like 8.5 times safety. Right. So it's just about there.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Great. Alrighty, and our last question will be coming from Dan Levi at Barclays. Dan, feel free to unmute yourself.
Great. Good evening. Thank you for taking the questions. Elon, you've talked about the need for proliferation of sustainable transport in the past as part of sort of broader push to sustainable energy. Look, I know we've heard a lot about President Trump's plans to reverse the EV mandate, and I think there's a view that given regulation is a driver of EV uptake, this could slow EV uptake in the U.S. So what would be your view on the right policy in the U.S., given your comments in the past of the need to push for sustainable transport?
At this point, I think that sustainable transport is inevitable. I'm highly confident that all transport will be autonomous electric, including aircraft, and that it can't be stopped any more than one could have stopped the advent of the external combustion engine, the steam engine, or one could have stopped the advent of the internal combustion engine. Like even if you've been the biggest horse advocate on earth, horses are the way, not these newfangled automobiles. You can't stop the advent of the automobile. It's going to happen. And you can't stop the advent of electric cars. It's going to happen. The only thing holding back electric cars was range, and that is a solved problem.
Great.
And then as a follow-up, in the past, Elon, you had made a comment that you'd be willing to sell cars at effectively no margin to get the cars out there. And there's a comment in the release today of the rate of acceleration of autonomy efforts does impact volume growth. So perhaps you could just talk about, with your efforts on FSD, how we should think about your desire to put more vehicles out in the market to take advantage of your tech advances.
So I'm not sure I understand the question. We have a lot of cars. I mean, we've got millions of cars out there.
So is your question, Dan, that how do we marry our future growth aspects with FSD?
And go ahead and unmute yourself, Dan.
Yeah, more so just how much more aggressively you would be willing to sell your cars versus in light of your improvements on FSD.
Well, right now the constraint we're trying to solve is battery production as opposed to demand. So And now Q1, we've got this massive factory retooling for the new Model Y, for example, that obviously has a short-term impact on output. But the problem we're wrestling with, in fact, we're talking that the executive team and I were talking about just before this call was how we've got to figure out how to increase total gigawatt hours of battery production this year, one way or another. That's the constraint on our output.
Great. Alrighty. And with that, I think we are all done for today. So thanks everyone so much for all of your questions. We look forward to talking to you next quarter. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Well, okay.
I hate analyst questions. Those guys are so dumb, except for Pierre.
Okay. In the chat before we start, and the panel too, was that the most bullish Tesla earnings call of all time? Yes or no? Who wants to go
drunk.
first?
I think Elon sounded the most bullish.
Yeah.
Yeah, next 5 biggest companies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a couple of
Combined?
years.
He was throwing some big numbers. We're getting some 100s. We're getting some absolutelys. Yeah, most bullish earnings call of all time. No, yes, by far.
And when Elon says like he sees a path and he says it a few times, it means like that's where we're going.
What did he say? I know
He's
I'm
like-
the boy who cried wolf. I'm telling you, you're driving the wolf. We're driving the wolf. There's a wolf.
Yeah, and self-driving wolf.
That was awesome.
But not one question about DeepSeek. Not one question about the models about to be released mid-year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was all about. Well, it was very focused on Tesla and AI, on FSD.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
We've made it, folks.
Real quick, he was tweeting during the call, "Bro, get off X. You're on an earnings call," and then he fucking laughs at the tweet. Okay, so this is your CEO, everybody. Your CEO. You should post him during an earnings call.
So he's either like at the same time doing Q&A, like looking at his phone or on the computer typing like we were, but he's actually answering questions, processing questions and answering them, which is really hard to do while he's doing that. But I wouldn't, he's a genius. He could be doing that. Who knows? He's got like multiple brains in his head. I don't know.
I'm giving him a hard time, Emmett. I'm not being serious.
Maybe he's got like Grok 3 super agent augmenting his X usage, making reactions for him on autopilot while he's off doing other things.
I just think he's bored of analyst questions and he's just fucking fucking off on X like the rest of us.
Probably.
He's just bored and he's like, I just want to go shitpost a little bit. Okay. Real quick, I do want to go a couple notes as we usually do on here, but there's so much to talk about. Yeah, there's so much to talk about. I mean, okay, let's forget the notes. Let's go through people's biggest takeaways. So Emmett, we'll start with you since you're probably the most sober out of the four.
Drunk.
I think my biggest takeaway is how confident Elon sounded, how pumped up he was at the beginning about, then he mentioned his 2027 and 2028. I always thought the end of the decade is when like everything's going to come fruition and Tesla's going to be like, and I thought maybe 2031, 2032, but it sounds like everything's sped up and it's like 2027, 2028 is when everything comes to fruition and they're producing like 100 million bots, humanoids or whatever. And everyone knows that there's just like he calls it real world AI. I think of it as AI embodiment, so I think they're the leader in AI embodiment and other people call it that. Same kind of means the same thing to me, sort of like embodying AI in physical robots or cars,
Yeah. Hans, and then we'll go hit Nico. Biggest takeaway.
Oh, I mean, AI is the core focus. That's the bottleneck. He's like, he doesn't talk to anyone else at Tesla besides the AI team, essentially. Like, he spends all his time figuring out how to solve the AI problems. He knows that once they solving self-driving is a big step, but it's literally just the first step that then unlocks Optimus, and then Optimus is a humanity level game changer that unlocks productivity that the world has never seen, and they get to ride a giant tsunami of robot revenues to being the top company in the world by the next 5 combined, like an order of magnitude.
Yeah.
So Tesla is chome. That is what Elon is saying.
That's what it feels like. Nico.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. Farzad, you literally said FSD June.
Yes.
He said FSD June. Like,
And you were
Bullseye.
shitting on me. You were like the opposite of supportive. You immediately said bullshit the second I said June. You're like, bullshit, you suck. I hate you.
That's how
Why
you know
am I even
like
here?
you more than everyone else.
That's fair.
Yeah, like honestly, that's, and I think he said.
So that's
to be honest,
just clarifying when he's
my
saying
turn,
June.
Hans. No, go ahead.
Sorry, he's saying they're launching a robotaxi, not like unsupervised for customers. They're literally launching a Waymo robotaxi service in Austin in June.
No, a Tesla robotaxi, not freaking Waymo. Get that dirty word out of here. And Hans, didn't you say there's gonna be a human in it? Did you say that out of nowhere?
Yeah, it's gonna have a human supervised
don't know
driver. It has to.
I don't think so.
Too many regulations. Too many regulations. It has to.
This
I
is
hope
Texas,
that I'm wrong.
mother effers. Do you guys know where you live?
You're from Florida.
I know
What are you
that the
talking about,
California
bro?
version will have to.
Yeah, we know what freedom's like over here. Don't worry about it. We'll teach you. No, I don't
teach
think so.
Texas about freedom, bro.
Damn right, we weren't conquered by the Mex.
All right, go ahead before we get demonetized.
It's probably done already. Won't see you guys next quarter. Sorry. No, but correct me if I'm wrong, but he said we're going to start with Austin. We're going to dip our toe, yada yada yada. But then he said we'll pretty much be everywhere by the end of the year. Didn't he say that?
Well, he said they'll be everywhere by the end of 2026. They'll start in Austin in the summer in June. Then they'll go to multiple cities by the end of 25, and then they'll be everywhere by the end of 26.
Okay, but multiple cities by the end of 2025.
They said other countries by the end of 2026 too.
Yeah,
it's
correct. He said that
This
there will
is-
be the limiting factor will be regulatory.
Yeah.
This is it. Like this is.
Yeah. We're here.
2025
Yeah.
is the commencement.
Yeah.
I
It's
need to
like-
pull up this GIF because I think this is by far the most
And-
appropriate GIF of all time.
Like the craziest thing, like I think the most bullish thing about this entire call was not like we think yes. Ron Paul.
Go.
Elon
The
always
goat.
has a little softness around his timelines. Like, yeah, we think based on the data we see, looks like about, like he always has things like that. No. June, he'll be released. I'm like, damn. Like that was definitive.
Precise.
Yeah, and then I feel like he's swinging his massive what was it SEC
Hammer.
Yeah, hammer.
This podcast is
because-
going off the rails real quick.
Well, there's no rails with
A little too fast for
when it's
comfort.
that big. But he said that yes, lots of automakers are reaching out about FSD, but we're not even going to entertain you unless it's in volume. Like
That was a total
huge
power move.
numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was a great
that's
call.
Totally.
Bye bye Rivian. Yeah, no, Rivian's not getting
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, no wonder they're doing their own stuff.
hmm
Yeah.
So I don't know. Those are my two big takeaways. Like, whoa, and that's before even the Optimus or anything. But what does someone a little more sober think?
Well, the Optimus thing was interesting because we actually got legitimate, like for the first time ever, we got, not for the first time ever, but we got some very loose, but at least we got guidance on how to think about how much the business will generate over time. So he had a $10 trillion revenue number out there, which sounds insane, but you have to add an Elon factor to it to bring that up a little bit earlier, right? But you have a $10 trillion number around Optimus long term. You have a 10xing of production year over year, which you'll probably have to 2 to 5x to make it conservative. And then you have a number that's out there that said the per unit cost of bot by the time they reach 1 million units per year will be around $20,000. And so from you can now build a financial model now. You have a way to build a financial model. And so now Wall Street literally has they have a way to, like, you can make assumptions. You can make, you know, you can.
It
what do you
doesn't
know?
exist yet. Gary can't make a model. It doesn't exist yet.
Well, once Gary sells his Uber, after I convinced him on X to sell his fucking Uber stock, literally the worst company, like second worst company on Wall Street right now, outside of like any legacy auto company. They're so dead it's not even funny. Anyway, and Waymo, put those aside. So, but I think this is the exciting part about this call. And we were, you know, like the conversation before we went live was, and you know, we heard the music. We're like, oh shit, it's kind of upbeat. It's gonna be fire. And then Elon came out with a fucking 50 cal machine gun, just like bop, 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 10 trillion, let's go, right? I mean, he went hot from the get-go. That, I think, is two things. Number one is the confidence about the business, but I think the other thing too is really seizing the moment of where Wall Street's trending from a vibe perspective. I think those two things have aligned now. Wall Street recognizes AI as a legitimate thing for Tesla, for any company really, to generate income, and then Tesla just happens to be on the cusp of releasing their very first true unsupervised product literally in June of this year in Austin, with a gigantic ramp into next year, coinciding with a bot ramp where they said they're going to start selling this to consumers, or companies rather, by the end of 2026. And then, so by year 27, 28, with a Trump administration that's going to lower regulation, that is super friendly to Musk industry, okay? And with a broader market that's embracing AI like crazy, how does this not set up for an incredible 3 to 5 years for the story? Not financial advice, but like all those things are coalescing. It's very obviously a thing that's coalescing. So now it comes down to like, can Tesla make an unsupervised car? Can Tesla make a human or robot that's useful? And if you look at the company's track record, that's what they're good at. They're good at executing. They're extremely good at executing on product. They're extremely good at executing on service. They're always late, but they're very good at executing on the core technology. That's it. Goodbye, everybody.
So, question for the panel. Did Elon not basically just say that BYD is the only company they're willing to license FSD to?
In a loose way.
Hyundai.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
Hyundai is not even close.
Hyundai Kia is
Volumes.
like 500,000 per year. No, they're more than.
Red Toyota.
BEVs?
Emmett's got you.
Do you think Toyota's going to do it? No, I mean that's you're asking
Yeah, I
a
don't.
dinosaur
They have-
to.
They're not
Yeah.
licensing it to be put into ICE, I
Hybrids.
don't think.
Yeah, it has to be electric. Yeah, it's got to be electric. That's true.
Hyundai Kia 7 million units a year. Not small.
But not electric vehicles, 7 million, obviously.
Yeah,
Oh,
BYD is
obviously,
the only
yeah.
other big producer, and other Chinese companies are going up fast too, like Xiaopeng or Li Auto.
Yeah. Let me hit this question here real quick. I have multiple Teslas. Y'all bloviate for a minute on when I can roll them out in Austin, Dallas to start earning for me. I mean, so
Next year.
if you
2026.
June 2025. Well, I mean, the guidance from the company seems like 2026 is a legitimate time for those cars to start generating income for owners. Now, however, that what was the big thing that was said on the call too about Hardware 3 vehicles? Elon straight up said, let's be honest, if you have a Hardware 3 car, you're going to need a upgrade to get to unsupervised, which was something that I personally had an inkling on for a while, right? And Hans is like, no, they're going to do it, blah, blah, blah. They're going to do it. I'm just yanking your chain. But that says two things, right? Hardware 4 vehicles will definitely reach unsupervised robotaxi. And then any owner who has Hardware 3 that bought FSD will get their hardware upgraded for free. It might take some time. They should just give those owners free FSD transfer for life of the vehicle. Just do that.
Yeah,
it'd be easier.
I bet 80% of the owners will buy a new Tesla. 100%.
I kind of as much as I've been a naysayer on this thought, there's a chance Hardware 4 vehicles also will need to upgrade, not necessarily for the computer or the cameras, but to install a front bumper camera. We have the ports on the AI4 computer, and I think they might have intentionally done that so that they could easily run a bumper camera, because when you see the Cybertruck, the Cybercab, the new Model Y all have it, that might be something that they think has to happen. And that might be a quick little update. I mean, a camera doesn't cost that much. Go into the shop, run.
You're talking about hardware 4 cars?
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, it seems like hardware 4 is going to be just fine. I mean, if you just look at hardware 4 performance of current cars now.
No, what I'm saying, you're not listening to me. What I'm saying is adding a front bumper camera.
You're hard to listen to.
They might add a front. They might say that you have to add a front bumper camera if you want to add it into the fleet. And so bring it in. We'll add it. It'll cost like $500. And then you're good to go.
So the hardware 4 computers do have a slot for that 9th camera, right? Yeah,
they 100% do.
Yeah. So the retrofit
and
won't
that was
be
obviously
difficult.
intentional. Yeah.
So now
it just running the lead.
And
now
so you
I
think
wonder,
that's the specific reason that hardware 3 will have to get upgrade more so than like the computer is just adding that extra slot for a camera?
I think it's mainly because of the megapixel count.
Yeah, but it's so. I mean, like, is the wiring not going to be able to carry the higher megapixel count to the computer? Like, this is where I'm confused. I mean, I guess that 9th, like the wiring.
Then you would have to. Then you would have to upgrade the computer.
Yeah,
but it doesn't sound that difficult. Just swap the computer. The difficulty is going to be running the wiring for the 9th
computer. It is difficult because the hardware 4 computer is not retrofittable. So you have to if you're going to upgrade the hardware 3 cameras, you have to make a brand new computer that
for the
plugs
pixels
into all the ports in the hardware 3 system. And then if you want to add a bumper cam, that's going to be interesting.
I think Tesla might be better off it's a bummer that they're here, but I think as they'll take care of the customer. It sounds like they're going to take care of the customer, whatever that is. I think there's going to be upset hardware 3 owners out there for sure. But my gut tells me that if you offer owners a free upgrade to a hardware 4 car, meaning like a free FSD, just include FSD in the transfer for people that bought FSD, 80%, 90% of those owners will upgrade.
Look, nothing for free. BS. If you're a hardware 3 owner and you bought FSD outright, I almost guarantee you anyone who bought FSD outright is a Tesla investor. And if you're a Tesla investor, come on.
Doesn't matter.
Solve the FSD.
Nope.
You pay $1,000.
No.
You get
that's not the right approach. No, that's bullshit. That's the company's literally.
Already. They've already done that before.
But that's not the right approach for the customer. If you're a customer that bought a hardware 3 car with FSD, you paid $15,000. Think about that. You paid $15,000 for a car where you were under the understanding that would be unsupervised self-driving, and then the company is not honoring that. You have to give them either a free upgrade so that they can get that, or give them an incentive to go to the next vehicle.
What I'm saying is, if you're that person, you're obviously a big Tesla investor, right? You'd agree. If you bought FSD outright, you're probably a big Tesla investor.
But you can't make that assumption.
I am. Let's just play with me. Hypothetically,
I'm not.
Just play with me.
I'm not, because I'm not going to make that assumption. No. Okay. You're not treating your customer right when you're doing that.
Just hear me out.
Okay, go.
Let's say that's the
I
case.
disagree.
Let's say they're all big investors, hypothetically. As an investor, would you rather say, hey, I'll pay $1,000 to not hurt the company financially, potentially?
Crazy. No. That's insane. Tesla's not going to do that. That's not how companies function. That's Elon.
The amount of capex at play, I just don't think there's that many hardware 3 cars
proof
out
on what
there.
I'm saying. There's no proof on what you're saying.
This is the worst argument you've ever made in your life. Just delete it from your brain.
They've done exactly what I'm saying. They've never done what you're saying. I'm Signal. You're Noise.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for coming on my show.
I'm on Hans's show, my friend.
Congrats, Hans. You got somebody who's dropping wisdom on everybody. Here's the positive part, right? Most cars on the road are hardware 4s by a long shot. And they will be by a gigantic long shot by next year and the following year. But you do have to treat that subset of the customer base correctly. You have to. Oh, no. But see, that's the crazy thing. Model 3s are all hardware 3s up to the refresh, aren't they?
Correct.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's majority hardware 3 cars. But I don't think there's that many people who paid outright for FSD who still have
Agreed.
hardware 3 cars who haven't traded it in yet for a updated car. Like it's going to be some, it's not going to be none, but
That's the
I don't
smartest
think
idea.
that's that big of a
I don't think it's a big
customer
deal.
base.
I think they could do it. I mean, just some labor, they're going to lose a little bit of money on, they have $36 billion in cash. It's like the cost it's going to be to upgrade.
And the amount of
those
money
is like a
Robotaxi is going to
tiny
make.
fraction of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tesla bot.
What are you guys gonna do with all your money?
Jeez.
I'm like,
we're all gonna have
these,
we're all gonna
these
have Emmett
Optimus.
money.
Well, no, Emmett money is going to have new Emmett money.
Yeah,
I know. Emmett's gonna have like Zuck money.
I
We're
don't
gonna have
know.
Emmett money.
I don't know. I think it's just be careful what you wish for. Put it that way. It's more money, more problems, right? They said taxes are insane in California and
Oh, dude, you're telling me I got a
everything.
huge tax bill coming up this year.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I shouldn't be talking about that. That means it was a great year, though.
Yeah, great year. I mean, I think this summer is going to be a banger for Tesla stock. If they smoothly roll out this service in Austin, get some press. People are like, oh, it's going to be in California and other cities. End of the year, like the summer, the stock could really take if it's a smooth rollout and it's not delayed. And I think it should be. I mean, Texas is very friendly regulatory wise, and the federal regulators are going to be friendly now that Trump's in power. So I think it should be a smooth rollout. And I bet you they do it without humans. I mean, they're probably going to test it right now with humans, but I bet they actually have an official rollout without humans drive in the front seat in Austin in June.
To that point, Emmett, you just mentioned Trump. Like, what do you guys think of the fact that they never brought up Trump? They never brought up DeepSeek. They never brought
Yeah.
I was
Because they're the leader. They're the leader.
Say more. I like what
They
you're saying.
are at the forefront of vision-based AI. They are at the forefront of embodied AI. They're at the forefront of bringing AI to the physical world, which has a TAM that's significantly bigger than the digital world today. And they've been working at this for how many years? They're the big dog.
Yeah.
Trump is an enabler to Tesla. Tesla's not an enabler to Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought that they would have asked something about the progress for federal regulation.
They asked about the EV tax credit.
Yeah.
True.
I think it's a
Yeah,
given
what do you
that the federal regulators are not an issue anymore. I think it's sort of a given,
Yeah.
at this point. If Biden had been or Kamala had been elected, then if either one of those were in power now, then it'd be like, all right, well, we're gonna have some obstacles with the regulators for a while. It's gonna stick us, make us stuck for a while, until we get past these federal, regulations and show the data and blah blah blah. Everything would be delayed by another year or two, I bet.
Or just trolling the comments.
I had to. I actually
We
read a
read-
lot of them. Sometimes it's tough to bring up because it moves so fast. But
Farzad, what's in your glass? I got Buffalo Trace. What do you got?
oh, okay. Can I? Will you guys judge me?
That's water, isn't it?
Okay, no. You know
Probably.
what? Guess. Okay, guess. Chat. Guess what's in my glass.
I probably have an unfair advantage.
You won't know
Forrester.
what it is. Try
I
it.
don't.
Try.
Okay. I was
Pete.
going to say Basil Hayden.
No.
Oh, damn.
Tesla
Didn't-
tequila.
Oh,
That's not even
no,
tequila,
that's
bro.
wrong glass. And that'd be
Oh.
mezcal.
Yeah, mezcal. Yeah.
Well, I guess you could have tequila, but it's not that color. Actually,
What do you
mezcal isn't either. Don't judge
Apple
me.
juice.
Wait, that means it's some crappy. That means it's some crappy whiskey. Honey Jack.
No. But it is whiskey.
Oh, obviously, look at the glass.
Oh.
One more shot.
What's like really crappy?
I'm reading the
whiskey?
chat. Urine. Somebody said urine.
That's what I
A
said.
few people said that. A few people, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that's the thing that people drink. I know a guy. He's actually might be watching. Sorry, Cyrus,
Oh.
blew up your spot.
He's dropping his name too. What's his
it's a
last
real
name and
thing.
his social while you're at it?
You want to know a funny thing? He actually sold his company to the founder of Whole Foods. Whoa!
What,
things not to say out loud.
Fantastic. All right, it's
My
a very
wife's another
popular
reply,
whiskey.
like,
It's a
"Nick,
very
shut up."
It's a very popular brand. It's a very popular brand.
Jameson? No.
No.
Uh,
Going once?
I see here in the chat we got Wild Turkey, Jim Beam.
Nope.
Jack.
Nope.
I'm trying to think of something. It's really crappy. Whatever.
It was a
really
gift.
crappy.
It was a gift from my mother-in-law. So
Your mother-in-law, Cindy's
for
mom?
Christmas.
Oh,
For
it can't be
Christmas.
crappy then.
Now I do know what it is.
Ready?
I don't know.
Johnny
I
Walker
don't want
Blue.
to see. Oh.
Yeah.
You really made that out to be like something a lot bigger than what it was.
Ta-da! You're welcome, everybody. Anyway, Jack Daniels close. Okay, so I love how you just pour cold water on that. You made that out to be way bigger than it actually.
I really thought it was gonna be something like wild. Like,
somebody dropped what was it? It was been a whiskey that's been like super hard to get for the longest time. What's that? You know what I'm talking about? Is like the one that Eagle Rare, right? That one's like impossible to get here in Austin. I don't know if it's the same everywhere else, but anyway.
So can I just say, I thought, man, I really wish the last guy who asked this question would have clarified, because I actually thought it was a really good question that he was asking. And I don't think he articulated that well. My understanding of what he was asking was, you're making such big progress with FSD. You got line of sight to, it being real across the world, etc. How are you balancing the idea of new vehicles and producing those versus just focusing on FSD? And it was, I really wish he would have like clarified more what he was asking, but it was almost like he was gun shy. What do you guys think of that? Because it is a
Well, I think
question we were
Elon
talking about
did
before.
answer his question, because Elon has mentioned before that he's willing to run the company at cash flow break even, basically saying that they're going to reinvest all their profits into growing unit volumes. But he said we have to focus on battery, like the batteries are the constraints. Like they can't subsidize, like they can't sell more cars at break even then they have batteries. So it's not really like demand or, subsidizing price isn't going to accelerate anything. So they just have to focus on 4680 ramp and, trying to lean on their suppliers as much as possible.
I love Jason, the All In podcast guys, but sometimes it blows my mind how ignorant they are on Tesla. I'm looking at Jason's comment to your post, Farzad.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, dude, like, how am I supposed to like really trust every little thing you say and that you actually know what you're talking about when you say stupid things like that?
Wait, what?
What's his
Jason's
post? What did he
comment to
say?
what post?
To yours.
Which
did he
one?
say?
About
it'd be more economical to give people FSD on Hardware 3 cars free FSD transfer for life. And then Jason says, I think they offered this from time to time, right? And it's like, yeah, dude, but that's not what you're saying.
Yeah,
like
it's okay. I mean,
not for life.
No, but
I mean, those guys don't spend like 100 hours a week studying Tesla like we do. They're like generalists.
But they're
on the whole,
freaking best
everything.
friends with the guy. Like,
yeah,
and when they constantly sit there and talk about mids, like, dude, that's a mid response.
But how often do you? Yeah, it is a mid response. But how often do you talk about, like, with your best friends? How often do you guys talk about like the minutia of the strategies you're doing at work?
Never.
Exactly. That's
but
their
they're not
relationship.
invested in my work.
I think at that level of wealth, they don't look at that the same way we do.
Nah, Jason's mid. He doesn't have his own jet like the other guys.
Like Chamath.
Come on. Yeah. Chamath, man.
Just
Talk about
shitting on the all-in guys.
Chamath.
It was good to
is
see
taking
Sachs
some
back, by the way.
Humble soup lately, huh? His who was he on? Tucker with Tucker. Like, damn.
That was a phenomenal podcast.
That was
really good.
Oh, highly recommend. Chamath with Tucker Carlson. It's pretty much just Chamath talking the whole time and him being kind of like reflective. And I mean, honestly, he's dunking on himself half the time, but it was great.
Him and Sachs are like the highest signal guys on that all-in, round
For
table.
Sure.
Yeah, Friedberg's nice and good.
Everyone except for Jason.
No, Jason's entertaining. He's a great moderator. He's entertaining.
No, he does a really
tough
good
to be
job.
dangerous, but when it comes to like really critical insight, it's Sachs and Chamath all the way.
Hans
And I
brought
think
this up
Freeberg
before.
secretly hates Elon.
You think so? I think
the amount he tries to avoid Elon, or the way he clams up, or he talks about Waymo but won't ever mention FSD. It's like it's hilarious.
Freebird.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I don't get that.
He's a Google guy. His heart is at Google no matter what.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's about to have a very bad time following Waymo. So, I forgot what I was going to say. Anyway,
you were going to say Hans. You were saying something about Hans.
Oh yeah, Hans was like, Jason actually does a pretty good job creating like natural tension.
I agree.
Like with there's natural tension, but that's when Sachs is around. When Sachs isn't around, you don't have that tension.
Nah,
you know,
Jason can be an asshole to Freebird.
Okay.
And I think there's tension there. Sachs will just like, here's how I see it. Jason creates tension with Sachs, and it's almost like Jason likes being punished by Sachs. So he's like, oh, do it again. with Freebird, Jason's the domineer one in that relationship.
Why do I invite you to these things?
I'm spitting truth here. And then Chamath is like above all of them.
He's like the adult in the room.
He is the adult in the room.
He's the adult in the room, but he's also the princess in the room.
I think he's the most introspective of the four. I think he has dug deep in who he is as a person, very deep.
He has the least amount of autism of the four.
I
think of the two.
Yeah.
Jason's not autistic. He's just dumb.
He's just liberal.
Holy shit. All right. We need to either end this or move to a different topic.
What are you talking about? People are staying on because of this conversation right now. People are like, I need more of this. I'm not gonna lie, like we're flowing right now. This I would stick on for what we're talking about right now.
No, it's a good time. It really is. It's a good time. Okay, so if we can get it back to Tesla here. So Uber's dead, Waymo's dead, Legacy Auto's dead. Chinese companies that are out there that want to perform well long term, they'll probably have to license FSD or come up with their own solution, which is going to be a lot harder to do, I think. And Tesla Bot is happening in 2026 to consumers, maybe 2027. The ramp is going to be unbelievable. FSD is 1000% happening on supervised this year, most likely in multiple markets by the end of the year, especially with a friendly federal administration. Perhaps everywhere by next year. So, okay, here's the huge question. When does the market price this in?
This summer, I think.
And what does that look like? Not financial investment advice, people. This is just a bunch of dudes just talking.
I'm just throwing, I'm putting my finger in the air. I'm guessing the stock price doubles from here to like 2.5 trillion market cap by the end of the summer if this rollout in Austin goes smoothly.
Okay. So that's an $800 stock price.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just throwing my finger in there, and that's what I'm thinking based on. Like, I don't think it's going to 10x. Like, 10xing a $1 trillion company is like impossible.
I doubt
maybe
it. Yeah.
If the Optimus came out suddenly and started like going crazy on every, and producing itself or something. But I think full self-driving robotaxi, when that's like imminent and evident that it's happening, it's really happening. I think the stock doubles from here to 2 to 3 trillion market cap. That's my guess.
And you think this is a FSD move or a bot move primarily, or a both move?
I think it's mostly FSD. I think a lot of the FSD robotaxi is already priced in. And let's say like it doesn't happen for some reason, like some unforeseen thing happens, or like, oh, we're never going to be safe enough to really do it. We already have the data. We know it's bad. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, if they're like, oh, robotaxi is probably not going to happen in the next few years now, I think the stock gets cut in half or more because I think so much of that is priced into the current market cap,
Yeah. Okay. Nick?
Oh, you're mad at me. You only say Nick when you're mad at me. Normally you say Nico.
Okay, Nico. Vamos.
If you guys know me or have ever heard me talk or anything, especially on these earning calls, I think one of the people in the community that are the highest of signals is Emmett. And so hearing Emmett say that, like, I know Emmett's going to sit there
I'm
and
wrong a
downplay
lot.
all this
No,
shit. I told you. He's going to do this. He's going to do this. I honestly have not seen Emmett be wrong. So to me, it's signal, not
I
financial advice
have
or any of that crap, all that stuff. The dude had the balls to say that when we were at 1,200, that Tesla could go down to 600, and what happened? Like, it's like these things. And I mean, he's also, everyone knows his story, which is insane. But so that's one thing. But yeah, I think we start pricing this. I was going to say like 550, 800. But I was going to say that starts coming in May, yeah, like before we actually start to see this roll out. And I think you'll start seeing a lot of that build in. Like, I mean, again, I was going to say like 550 to 600 by the end of the year, assuming things go smoothly and there's no crazy headlines. But I think Wall Street sucks at seeing the future, but they're really good at pricing and what's going to happen in the next 6 to 12 months. They're really good at that. So I can see that happening.
Yeah. So, okay, Hans, go ahead. What do you think the market's going to price this in? FSD.
I suck at any of those types of like, I know that 5 years from now is crazy. I have no idea when this move happens. I do agree that Emmett usually has a good feel for these types of things. One of the data points that I don't know how it doesn't move the needle in a big way is the day that Tesla offers more autonomous ride hailing drives than Waymo after having launched the service.
Nice.
You know, like years later, like if it takes them 6 months to provide more total autonomous ride hailing rides than Waymo has had for 2 years or 3 years or however long, then like that's undeniable, definitive proof that the market can look at and be like, oh, you know, I can see this line, it looks like this, and I can see this line, it looks like that. I guess I'm going to invest in this thing. So I don't know if that's this year, next year. I think it's definitely in the next 24 months, like for sure.
24 months. Yeah, 24 months from now, man, Optimus will be starting to get priced in more hardcore to the stock too.
I will say, I still think it's going to be a tough year in general just for vehicle sales, like coming back down to earth, I guess. Like the market's still rough, you know, like interest rates are holding steady. We saw what the Fed was saying today. Despite the interest rate cuts, we've seen rates go up. I mean, it's still it's rough out there still.
Yeah, I think
stock market
GM guided down for this year, right? There yesterday in their earnings, I saw something, and that's why the stock took it. So I think, yeah, you're right. Vehicle sales is going to be a tough year overall this year, maybe.
Yeah, so that's something that at least kind of ground things a little bit. And you'll notice that there wasn't really much discussion about vehicle growth or like forecasts on that front. But I think we have transitioned officially today from thinking about vehicle deliveries and margins and all that to a paradigm of kicking off FSD, autonomy, and just AI with Tesla, which I think Farzad, you were making the point earlier in the stream that, you know, great, GM supposedly just hit gross margin positive, maybe kind of, and Tesla's about to start deploying autonomy. You know, it's like, great, you finally almost kind of potentially caught up, but nope, now we're on to the next thing.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
I think so. What's been interesting about the Tesla story is that the market, I think the comment you made, Nico, was really insightful, is that Wall Street's slow to see the future, but once they see the next 6-12 months, they're very good at pricing it in. And historically for Tesla, they've priced it in at very high multiples. Very high multiples, right? So it's like,
yeah.
So I think that's how I view the next like 12 months or so.
Not to get too geeky here, but I don't know if you guys are familiar with like the market efficiency theory.
Yeah.
I think it's really accurate when you look at a 6 to 12 month window. I think it's really inaccurate when you look beyond that, or, you know, beyond, you know, just future pricing things in. And I think we're in that 6 to 12 month, and I think you'll start to see a lot of this priced in, which will be interesting.
Yeah.
You have to put your head in like Tesla investors, institutional portfolio managers, and just investors in general that aren't like necessarily Tesla fanatics like us, right? Once they see that Tesla is doing what Waymo's doing and their cars cost a fraction of what Waymo costs, and they're doing it, they're reading about how it can be done everywhere. Who's going to want to sell their Tesla at that point, right? The supply and demand of the stock price is going to go through the roof. And so it's going to get a really high multiple really fast.
Not only who's going to want to sell their Tesla, but who's going to want to sell their Tesla.
Yeah, their car too.
Right?
Yeah.
It's a double whammy effect.
The demand for the car is going to go up like crazy too.
Yeah. Even Hardware 3 cars that will benefit from an upgrade should appreciate in price.
Yeah.
Right? Because Tesla just said, hey, like we will upgrade the car for you.
Yeah.
We'll make it work. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So do you think the moment that Tesla offers a paid autonomous ride-hailing ride with a car that has no LiDAR, that is like the catalyst that like everyone
do something.
Everyone assumes that Tesla can't do this because they don't have LiDAR, and once they show yes we can, then
and it won't
boom.
be like a one-day thing, like sudden like jump. It'll be like it might take a few weeks or a couple months to digest. That's what I say by the end of the summer. But assuming they roll it out with like at least a few thousand cars at once, and maybe it'll be tens of thousands of cars by the end of the summer, even I don't know. I'm not sort of imagining. Then I think the stock goes through the roof.
Yeah, I think the way I'm going to think about the next 12 months is I'm going to try to model out 2027, 2028 earnings and then slap like a 50 to 100 PE multiple on it. And I think that's what the market will try to price it in the next 12 months.
It's funny. I don't even think of it in terms of like PE stuff anymore with this like so disruptive, like new total addressable market being kind of invented on the spot. It's like I think of it in terms of like
a squeeze.
Market is squeeze, supply and demand of the stock, the sentiment, the psychology of people, but also more importantly, like how do you imagine the total addressable market to be for Tesla when it's completed its transition to this new technology? And then I
everything
think, okay,
breaks.
Yeah, everything breaks, and a company that's dominating that space certainly commands like a $3 trillion market cap, in my opinion.
The interesting. I'll say thought experiment, but I think the big question is once Tesla gets true credit for autonomy and we start seeing it deploy in all these different cities, states, countries, whatever, the question to me is, do they pull forward Optimus potential because they see what Tesla was able to execute with the FSD and they say, damn, they did this, what they said they were going to do. Optimus is inevitable. Like, I just wonder about that. Or is it one of those things again, like, okay, yeah, all right, you did autonomy, that's easy, like roads, like whatever. Like, do they play that game? Or do they say, okay, we're not missing out on this again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I mean, it's going to always feel, this Tesla stock's always going to feel expensive to anyone, and then the Optimus will be priced in, like you said, and it's just going to be even crazier. Like the stock will go up to like suddenly 5 trillion market cap. Be like, why is the total addressable market for road taxis is only 3, they can only generate this much right now. Why would it have a 5? But they're not realizing that Optimus is starting to get priced in already at that point.
Well, there will be people out there that are going to be like, how is a car maker like Toyota being priced at $5 trillion market cap? This is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a car. Yeah, it's way beyond that at that point. Or it's being priced to something like the people I saw, like Ray for Tesla. I don't know if you guys follow him. He's always got some good posts of stuff, but he made a good post earlier of like the people shorting Tesla as a car company are like idiots right now. So many people still short Tesla as a car company. I mean, that's like, it's
unbelievable.
You're in the wrong industry if you're doing that.
So what I want to hear from Emmett, if he's willing to share, is how are you thinking about the way to structure options around that time? Like when you see, I mean, we're kind of assuming right now that they actually deliver on the June date to do their first rides, but whenever those first rides in Austin start happening, what are you thinking?
I mean, I think it's the safest thing to just go farthest out. When you get closer, like you don't know if it's going to get delayed, like something happens, or Elon's never correct with his time, or not often correct with his time. Maybe he's sandbagging this one. Maybe it'll come out in May or so, who knows? But as we get closer, we'll get a better idea of whether it's really going to be June or if it's going to be Elon time, meaning like end of this year or whatever. So shorter term options are too risky, I'd say, until you have more information. I like the longer, furthest out expiry option just for that reason with Tesla. And, when you have that going as well, you have to worry about the macro market, because what if some like AI doomsday scenario is like happening and the market gets like cut down by 90%, and like I don't know, you just never know. Like, so don't put all your money in options is my lesson, but I can go farthest out possible with a small amount of your investable portfolio and some call options, like 600 strike, something like that.
Yeah, there to circle back to the whole
But that's not investment advice. I'm just saying, like, that's just like if you had play money to like, you had some play money, you're just like, I'm just gonna try something out. That's an idea. Like, put a small amount and be willing to lose all of that, because you just never know.
Yeah, if you've never been burned with the options, I have.
Painful.
It is
Sucks.
painful.
Bad.
Yeah.
I've been burnt many times. Yeah, I know, man. You get burnt. But when you succeed, it's great, glorious. But you can get burnt so many times too.
Yeah. I will say, I don't want this to be a tangent, but anyone investing in options, make sure you actually understand what you're doing. Like, it's crazy that I see how many people post on X and I hear what they're saying or see what they're saying. Like, you have no idea what you're doing.
He's talking about me.
No, it's like, I mean, you see people like they don't understand the Greeks. They don't understand how volatility plays into it. Like, it's like wow, guys, come on, like you gotta do a little more research. But this guy Shy Blue, maybe I'm butchering your X handle. He posted a clip saying, just to correct the prediction of a quote person supervising Hans and Farzad. He put this clip
safety
in.
driver guarantee.
It's Elon saying that nobody in the vehicle. So again, this might be an Elon prediction, but I'm just giving a shout out to someone who tagged all of us that it's at least we'll see what happens, but it's
Austin's not going to allow them to charge for rides without a safety driver.
You think so?
To launch, they'll drop it after the data has proven, but like at launch, it's going to launch with the safety.
Yeah, I would be shocked if they don't have a driver.
Friendly wager. As far as I want to lose another case of,
I already have Tesla
your
calls
son,
going. I'm good.
Yeah, you don't think Elon and Trump can talk the Austin local officials into it?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's even if they do, how many they need to have like 20
Governor Abbott.
He might help him out. I don't know. I think that's going to be, even if they have safety drivers, who cares?
Farzad.
It's not going to be as sensational for the stock if they have safety drivers. I think there needs to be a Waymo type experience.
Yes.
Waymo had safety drivers.
Waymo had to launch
but that wasn't
drivers.
No one talked about it with safety drivers. Now people talk about it because there's no safety. It's like a whole other thing.
Because they crossed the threshold.
This is Tesla.
Yeah, but now everyone talks about it. No one's going to talk about Tesla's self-driving if there's a safety driver. It's going to be like no news. It's like, oh, whatever. We'll talk about it, but no one else outside of our sphere.
So delay by 6 months. So whatever we're talking about, push it out.
No, Elon doesn't want to do that. He wants to show. He's ready.
Listen to this guy. Listen to him. He's right.
He's ready to show the world. He wants to show the world.
I think probably the thing I've posted more than anything is listen to people who are right a lot. Emmett is right a lot.
Okay.
Farzad, here's a wager.
Yeah,
here's a wager.
I'm not gonna bet on this because if it works, I'll be pleasantly surprised. No, I'm not even that. I'm not that like married to.
I guarantee you say yes to this bet. Guarantee.
Go ahead. Go.
If I'm right, you buy my son one share. If you're right, I buy your son a share.
Fine.
See, told you.
Deal.
So that your son might have 2 shares now.
Perfect. I love it.
There we go.
Okay. All right. We're 4 hours in. Anything else? I'm hungry.
What are you gonna eat?
Me too.
My wife cooks something. I smell it.
It's so funny you say
Mm.
that. My wife literally just texted me, "Have you eaten yet?"
Yeah. I can smell it in the house. I'm freaking
I
salivating.
don't
over
smell
here.
anything, so I'm guessing my wife has an idea to order something.
All right. So thank you all very much for joining us. This was awesome. It went pretty damn good for Tesla investors. Tomorrow's going to be very interesting to see how the market reacts. We're launching a brand new series on this channel on Friday. It's called the GigaCast, and you'll see what it's all about on Friday. It's going to be pretty exciting. Brand new project. It'll be weekly. And yeah. And probably I'll drop a video tomorrow too on once I collect my thoughts a little bit. And crazy implications.
You
Unbelievable.
guys are crushing it.
So,
You guys are crushing it.
y'all are crushing it. Everybody. Good job, everybody. Well done.
All right.
All right. Any last
chatting.
words before we end the stream?
Just congratulations to Matt. So happy. everything
Yes,
was healthy.
congratulations, Matt.
Congrats, Matt.
Child number 7. Got to
That's
keep
right.
the population
Beast.
going. He's doing
Insane.
his part.
Prolific.
Yeah.
That dude's
Prolific. The plastic in his balls ain't getting in his way.
nope.
That's for damn sure.
I think his
Shout out
Elon
to
impressions have been helping him somehow. Yeah.
I think he's on a mission to surpass Elon.
Yeah. He's going to try to get to, like,
He's doing an impression of Elon having more kids. Yeah.
Yeah. Nuts. All right, everybody.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.